So it says there are 6. Ooh, that changed things a lot. Well, that's a problem. Now I can't see my thing. Huh. There we go.
I have started the live stream.
So Marcia, I see we have 2 attendees that aren't panelists. Is that going to work when we?
And this is Director Bates, so I will be promoting him.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'm in. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Michael.
Hi, everybody.
So let's see, we have one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We're just waiting for Director Danziger.
Right. There he is. Hello, Director Danziger.
Hello, here I am.
Hello. You're here. Good. So we can all start on time.
Okay.
So everyone, welcome to the Moraga-Orinda Fire District regular board meeting and budget public workshop, April 21st, 2021. The closed session will begin at 5 o'clock and the open session will begin at 7 o'clock. We will officially call the meeting to order now. And Marcia, if you can take a roll call, that'd be great.
Director Bates,
Here.
Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Donner,
Here.
Director Jex,
Here.
President Jorgens.
Here. Okay, so item 2.0 is open public comment for items that are on the closed item agenda, 3.1 through 3.3. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any attendees and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay, so given that, I will close the public comment period and we will move on to items 3.1 to 3.3, which means that we will adjourn the closed session meeting and the public workshop meeting and the open session. And that will all begin again at 7 o'clock after we have our closed session. So I guess we all meet at the other phone number now, or the Zoom number.
All righty, we'll see you in a minute.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
If they're just fine with it.
And I gotta figure out how to make this smaller. So we have a minute to go. Okay, I think I see everyone here. I'll reconvene the meeting of the public workshop and regular meeting of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District. I'll call the meeting to order. And Marcia, if you could give us a roll call, that'd be great.
Director Bates,
Here.
Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Donner, Director Donner,
Here?
Director Jex,
Here.
President Jorgens.
Here. Okay, so item 5 is a report of the closed session action items 3.1 through 3.3, and there is nothing to report from the closed session. So I'll open it for item number 6, which is public comment on items that are not on the agenda tonight. Do we have any public comment?
We have one hand raised. I'm unmuting Mark.
Okay, Mark?
Unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, only one public comment. So I want to talk about fire hydrants. You know, I'm going to read it because I thought I only had 3 minutes to prepare and a lot to say, and I wanted to make sure.
You kind of cut out, Mark. Are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Fire hydrants in Moraga and Orinda are not.
Can other people hear Mark?
No.
No.
Mark, you're cutting in and out.
Can I call in then?
Yes, you can. So if you can hear me, Mark, you can call in by calling 669-900-6833. And the webinar ID is right on the screen.
I don't think we have it set up right.
I think it's Comcast.
We can hear you, Mark.
You,
Part of the time we can hear you.
we actually set the computer up to the Ethernet, and for some reason it's not working. Is there a pin that I can?
You can just talk. You seem to be talking fine now.
Okay,
just
well,
read it.
I'll try it. Okay. You can't hear me?
No.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so the fire hydrants in Moraga and Orinda are not being annually inspected. Current fire standards set by the National Fire Protection Agency require annual inspection. This is a serious issue.
You cut out again.
All right. I'm gonna try something else.
Try unplugging it, see what happens. I hate when people are like, we can't hear you. I'm like, I know.
Mark, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I changed rooms, so we'll see. Okay, I'll start again. The fire hydrants in Moraga and Orinda are not being annually inspected. Current fire standards set by the National Fire Protection Agency require annual inspections. This is a serious issue. We have verified the lack of inspections with MOFD, East Bay Mud, and Moraga Town Council. In fact, the hydrants have not been inspected since 2008. Little progress has yet been made since reaching out to these groups. This seems to be a joint agency issue. OMFD says East Bay Mud should be doing it, and vice versa. There are many reasons why MOFD should take ownership of these annual inspections. First of all, East Bay Mud's priorities seem to be elsewhere. On the Moraga MOFD side, the use of the fire hydrants and their reputation is on the line when they don't work. Two, it's also good PR for MOFD to be seen about. People like talking to firefighters, and it can help with the fire abatement campaign. Three, it would become more transparent to MOFD that many of the fire hydrants are very old, over 50 years, and not up to modern code, and probably past their useful lifespan. Four, it's maintenance. For example, the hydrant in front of the elementary school CP is just barely peeking out of the tall grass right in front of the school, right in front of the kindergarten playground. Further down the road, couple blocks down on Shuey, the hydrant there on the corner is practically drowning in the junipers. I mean, it's hard to see it. And, you know, I live near CP, and in fact, there was recently a fire a couple of houses down from mine, and the nearest fire hydrant to us is blocked by a bush. You can't see it from the road. And nor is there a blue decal indicating the fire hydrant's there either. You know, to a lay person, the town is, in my opinion, taking on a major liability here. You know, what I would like is for MOFD to come to terms that they should take a lead in annual fire hydrant inspection. And I propose that we form a small group, including some members of MOFD, you know, the town council and local residents, to really figure out the resources needed to do this, as well as figure out how other towns under the East Bay Mud jurisdiction are having annual inspections. I hope you heard that.
We did. I think we got the whole thing this time. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you for your concerns.
I am unmuting Jonathan Goodwin.
Welcome, Jonathan.
There we are. Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. And it's nice to hear community activists from Moraga getting involved in this. Glad to hear that. Three quick things. Two quick things and one other. Wanted to thank the chief and Chief Isaacs and the other people who've been involved in, you know, what's now becoming old news, I guess. The extraordinary work that they've been doing in terms of fuels mitigation and other work regarding catastrophic wildfire. I mean, this is just unprecedented, not only in this district, but in this part of the world. And I tend to be a little heavy on the criticism, and I wanted to balance that with some well-deserved praise while I'm thinking of it. Number two is a little criticism this time. On the website, I can't find the fire code. I mean, I think it ought to be there. I mean, maybe that could be made more apparent, because I just feel out of sorts, don't know how to live my life if I can't read the fire code. Lastly, I'd ask everybody to go with me back in the time machine 1 month to last month's meeting. And at the appeal, one resident made of regarding abatement, on their property. At that time, the fire chief spent some time derogating the appellant's work crews, their contractors, saying that they didn't know how to cut trees down because they didn't make face cuts. They didn't pull logs up properly. They were straining with ropes rather than using a fancy crane. And I wanted to note that the fire code doesn't care. You know, if you use a crane, or if you use a pterodactyl to move your wood around, or if you use a macerator or a mastodon to clear it. And that kind of criticism, I realized afterwards, is just prejudicial testimony against the appellant by the fire chief. And I think that's categorically unfair, because the fire chief has a much higher standing with the board than does the appellant. And I would ask the board to, and all parties involved, to agree to not allow that in the future. And the last thing I want to say is that, the chief didn't perhaps realize this was happening. I didn't either. It went by me, it went by the board, and most notably, district council. I'm not sure everybody agrees it's prejudicial testimony, but sure seems that way to me. So I just want to emphasize that I'm not trying to, embarrass the chief. I'm just trying to speak up for the on the side of truth, justice, and the American way to clear this matter up and move on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So,
We have
Marcia,
one more hand raised. Yes, we have one more hand raised. I'm unmuting Steve Wallachy.
welcome, Steve.
Good evening. Thank you very much. This is Steve Wallachy of Moraga. I am speaking tonight as a private citizen. My input concerns fire hydrants. As you've heard, residents are concerned about fire hydrants, including their ages and the variations in the designs of the fire hydrants. I acknowledge that the fire hydrant system is owned by East Bay Mud, and MOFD has certain oversight authority. I believe it appropriate that as fire hydrants need to be replaced due to age, that there be a program to achieve consistency in 2x4 inch bib hydrants if practical. And I believe this program should be proactively implemented if possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do not have any more hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay, so I will then close the public comment period, and we'll move on to.
President Jorgens,
Yep. Sorry. Oh,
I just one comment on a few of the things that the citizens talked about, just on hydrants. I know the chief, we can't really discuss it, it's not on the agenda, but the chief has given us some information on that before. And later in the meeting, I'll request that the chief actually put it on the agenda for a future agenda and address it, so the public can be aware, and we can actually talk about it next time.
sounds like a great idea.
Okay.
Okay, on to public hearing item 7.1, the public hearing on the first reading of the ordinance 21-01, adopting of the administrative citation program.
Good evening, directors. The next item before you is item 7.1, public hearing on the first reading of ordinance 21-01, adopting administrative citation program. The Moraga-Orinda Fire District is an independent fire district established under the Fire Protection District Law of 1987. The district is empowered to provide fire protection services and to enforce violations of the California Fire Code, California Health and Safety Code, California Code of Regulations, Government Code, and all district ordinances. Under state law, the fire chief and his designee may issue written orders to eliminate fire life safety hazards, issue administrative citations for misdemeanor violations, and or dangerous conditions. A comprehensive code enforcement system that uses a combination of judicial and administration remedies is critical to ensure the district can protect the public's health and safety and quality of life. Currently, the district has no procedure to enforce the rules and regulations other than the nuisance abatement procedures set forth in Chapter 3 of the Fire Code. Ordinance 21-1 provides for administrative citations, which are in addition to all other legal remedies, criminal or civil, that the district may pursue to address a violation of the code or other public nuisance. The authority to issue administrative citations is not new. Administrative citations are commonly used by cities, counties, and special districts to ensure the public health and safety by enforcing compliance with local ordinance. Ordinance 21-01 establishes a clear process that the district staff must follow to ensure that education and outreach remain the preferred method for gaining fire code compliance. A pre-citation notice will be issued prior to the issuing of a citation, unless there is an immediate threat to health or safety. The board will also function as a hearing officer for any challenges to citations or fines. Directors, education and outreach continue to be our primary method to gain compliance with the fire code. We still have citizens that fail to comply for a multitude of reasons to the fire code. The citation or ordinance gives us another tool in the toolbox to gain compliance. Our current abatement process, as I stated in the staff report, is specific to Chapter 3, the exterior hazard abatement portion of the fire code. The citation ordinance allows me to compel or help through that education and outreach get citizens and businesses to comply to the other portions of the fire code. Be happy to answer any questions that the directors may have.
Just also like to add that Mary Morley is with us from our office. She drafted this and researched it, and she is of counsel to our firm.
Directors, any questions?
Was this, hi, this is Director Danziger. Was our ordinance based on the ordinance from other local jurisdictions that already have this? Such as Contra Costa Fire, or any San Ramon Fire District, any other surrounding areas have a citation program?
Miriam, do you want to answer that?
Certainly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Some other local jurisdictions do have administrative citation programs. When we drafted this, we looked at, I think, 3 ordinances from fire protection districts. And we also did look at some city ordinances for administrative citations.
And how was the rate of the citation arrived at? I see that.
Yes.
For a first offense, second offense, and this, how did you arrive at those amounts?
In consultation with Chief Isaacs, we explained to him what the levels allowed under state law for violations were, and those are based on whether it is an infraction or a misdemeanor. And Chief Isaacs directed us to set the violation, the penalty amounts as if these were infractions. So the board could set higher amounts than these because many of these would in fact be misdemeanors, could be treated as misdemeanors. But that was a policy call that Chief Isaacs made. I'm sure.
Directors, I made that decision after discussion with council. We felt that starting at the lowest amount allowed by law was a good starting place. We didn't want this to be too big of a hammer to wield. We wanted this to gain the person's attention, and we felt starting at the first citation at $100 was the appropriate place to start as allowed by law.
Okay.
Maybe I'd just like to kind of add a little color commentary here. One of the reasons why, at least speaking as district council, I think an ordinance like this is a good idea, is right now, even though the district has a very generous policy of inspection, reinspection, et cetera, once we hit the end of that track, which is a long track, but once we hit the end of the track, we have nowhere to go but abate in a lot of cases. So that's problem number one. And so the idea is to get maybe be able to get a little more coercive in our approach in situations where we've already given people, as we typically do, many opportunities to comply. So that was one issue. Another issue that came to the fore very recently is there are provisions of the fire code that don't lead to abatement, that where the end of the road isn't abatement, failure to do required inspections and things like that. And we have no approach. We have no citation authority in those situations whatsoever. So this creates an opportunity to be able to, again, to achieve some degree of cooperation with our fire code provisions.
So any other questions from the other board members?
Well, this is Director Donner. I see this as a useful tool. I mean, I really don't want to, I would not like to see the department get in the habit of writing citations, but if this is a tool to have our residents that need to be nudged a little bit harder to become compliant, I think it's a great idea. And Jeff, is that what you see this being intended for?
Yes, sir. Absolutely a tool to, give that nudge when that nudge is needed. But I've encountered a couple situations where the violations are outside Chapter 3 and we have no mechanism to gain that compliance. I just keep going back and saying, hey, you need to comply. You need to comply and educate them as to why. Issuing a pre-citation that says you have 15 days to fix this. If not, you're going to face a $100 penalty for a first violation, I think is that nudge that will help us gain compliance.
Fire Marshal Isaacs, can you give us an example? You just cited, was it Chapter 3?
Yes, sir. So Chapter 3 is the exterior hazard abatement portion. That's the defensible space.
Okay.
But dealing with a business in the jurisdiction that repainted their building, and when they did that, they painted over the fire department connection sign that says this fire department connection is for these businesses. So if there was a fire in that building and the engine companies responded and went to connect to that FDC, as we call it, they wouldn't know which building they're supplying. So when I talk to the business, they just keep, yeah, okay, we'll get to it. But it's been 60 days.
Okay.
That's enough time for them to fix the violation and to gain compliance, because that puts the business and the neighboring business at risk if our fire engines don't know where they're connecting to.
Mm-hmm.
Directors, I would also like to point out, it does come down to a matter of time and where we allocate the time. And given the size of the problem that we face throughout our community and the limited size of the prevention staff, and the fact that every minute or hour or day they spend on one problem is time they're not spending on a problem that has not yet either been identified or addressed. And when we encounter these situations where it is certain that the resident or the business owner or the person in question is aware of the requirement and just isn't doing it, at that point, we need something that has that can sharpen the senses, if you will, and can compel action. Because we remain committed to the fact that enforcement is never our first step. Outreach and education and as a pathway to voluntary compliance is always our preferred outcome. But we are increasingly encountering folks who just aren't doing the work. And for us to be able to move on to the other places we need to be and the other assignments that the prevention staff needs to carry out, at some point we need to stop this back and forth and this tap dance, especially when there's consensus on what needs to be done. It's just a matter of doing it. And we believe the citation ordinance will be one more tool that will give us a pathway to that. It'll also allow us to sidestep a really challenging question of what do we do when we have a Chapter 3 violation on a small parcel with a dwelling on it. I think we can all recognize that it is not a great space for the fire district to be in, where we're bringing district funded contractors onto someone's parcel where they live if they may not want us on that parcel. So in circumstances such as that, especially if the amount of work needing to be done is relatively minor, the citation is a viable alternative to lien funded work and will allow us to sidestep the issue of whether or not they will allow us on the property to do the work.
Chief, I noticed, I think this has a 15-day cure period versus 30 days for our normal citation or normal violation notices. Is there a reason it's shorter?
Yes, sir. The pre-citation, which is very similar to the 15-day notice to abate, can be anywhere from 15 to 60 days. The way I envision this working for the Chapter 3, like a scenario where Chief just spoke about, we would still give the 30-day assessment. That's still our process. As we come out, we do an assessment. We give you 30 days to comply. When we come back after that 30 days, we have a decision to make. Is this a notice to abate issue or is this a pre-citation issue? Both those, both avenues there will give the person an additional 15 days to comply. So unless it's a major life safety threat, and when we were drafting the ordinance, I couldn't come up with one, we would always issue that pre-citation notice, a minimum of 15 days to give them time to comply.
This is Director Jack's question in regards to how do these violations come into our attention?
It can be a variety of ways, sir. At least this time of year, the most common is we start to receive complaints and lots of them. We also have the prevention staff is out doing inspections. And then in the case of the non-Chapter 3 things having to do with buildings, we do required annual inspections on certain classifications of businesses. And so that would be where an example such as the one Jeff alluded to earlier with the painted over sign, where our folks would be out inspecting. So it's a combination of district staff inspections and then complaints received from residents.
Does it change our authority to go on people's property, private property, for example?
The citation?
Yep.
No, sir. The citation would eliminate the need to go on private property is the end state. But if we're going to be doing work on private property, we need a warrant to be on that property.
This is Director Danziger. In the past few months, we've done lien hearings for property owners who failed to abate. So under the citation program, these people have failed to abate. We'll go in and abate their property. Would all of these property owners then be liable for citations also?
No, sir. It's either or.
Oh, it's either or. Okay.
But I guess so is it subjective which one it is?
Yes, sir.
I hate subjective things,
Yes, sir. It's subjective, but it's because it's tremendously challenging to write an exhaustive list of every possible scenario. as a general statement, I would say that the citation is appropriate for things that are either relatively minor in nature or where district funded work through the lien process is either not appropriate or is not possible. And that would have really to do with the use of lien funded contracted labor on small parcels that are occupied. That doesn't make sense. And then obviously for anything outside of Chapter 3, it is the citation process, because the lien process doesn't apply to anything outside of Chapter 3.
Okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Okay. I guess we should have public comments on this.
We do not have any hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay, so I'll close the public comment period on that. Was there any more discussion on the part of the board? If not, do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the first reading of ordinance 21-01, adopting the administrative citation program.
I'll
Second,
second that. Director Donner?
Okay, so Chief, I'm sorry, are we actually, it says first reading, are we actually adopting this tonight, or are we?
No, you're tonight's first reading. It's an ordinance, so you're waiving first reading and introducing it, and then you'll adopt it on the second reading at your next meeting or whenever.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't frame that well for Steve.
Okay,
Sorry.
got it. So the motion is to waive the first reading of the ordinance adopting the administrative citation program.
Right.
Right. That sound right?
That's John, I'll let you make sure that sounds right, but
That's introduce the ordinance and waive first reading.
So moved.
I hear a second.
second,
Great, John. Okay, Marcia?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. So
Thanks,
now,
Mary.
I'm
You're
sorry.
welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mary. So now we're on to the consent agenda items 8.1 through 8.4. Do I have any public comment on items 8.1 through 8.4?
We do not have any hands raised, and I've not received any written public comment.
Okay, I will close the public comment period on items 8.1 through 8.4, and then open the consent agenda for any board deliberation. Do we have anybody that wants to take anything off of that agenda? Have any comments? Do I have a motion then to approve items 8.1 through 8.4?
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, Marcia?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, thank you. So now we're on to the regular agenda, item 9.1, the long-range financial forecast, April 2021. Do we have any public comment on the long-range financial forecast?
I am checking. We do not have any hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay, I will then close the public comment period on item 9.1. So now the long-range financial forecast, Chief Winokur or Gloria, either of you gonna?
Yes, sir. Just as we get started, John Holtzman has with him Adam Benson from his office. I'll let John do a brief introduction, and then what I propose, sir, is we'll go through the slides we have here, and then Adam will provide some thoughts on modeling and the forecasting and specifically sensitivities as they relate to the district's position in out years. John, I'll turn over to you for the introduction.
Great, thank you. Adam, do you want to, I think you'll appear here in a minute, so you'll put a face with the name there. So Adam Benson has worked with me for a number of years, on and off. He is a Wharton graduate, and he was at Public Financial Management for a number of years as a consultant there, and actually was a consultant in our public management group for a brief period of time. He got stolen from me by the city of Oakland and became the finance director of the city of Oakland. Don't hold it against him, however. He's one of the smarter guys I know in this area. So the chief had asked that I bring Adam in to sort of be a second set of eyes to take a look at the long-range financial forecast, give you kind of his take on it, and answer any questions and be available for any follow-up studies or anything else that you might want.
All right. With that, Glorianne, if we can go through the slides.
President Jorgens, members of the board, the long-range financial forecast was presented to the board at the last meeting in March. At the last meeting, the board directed changes to the long-range forecast. Next slide, please. The changes the board directed are as follows. So what's happening is that at the last meeting was the public workshop. And so then the forecast is scheduled for adoption tonight. Next slide, please. The changes that the board directed at the last meeting were to reduce strike team revenue to $300,000, to add a line to project the district's cash balance at the lowest point. Give me 1 second here, please.
And as Glorianne comes back, so projecting the district's cash balance at the lowest point, which is December 15th for us due to the lumpy nature of property tax inflows, and that's depicted on a subsequent slide. And then present scenarios for our future position, including a scenario that projects the completion of Station 41 and admin without issuing debt. To answer that, we prepared 3 scenarios given different financing models. Glorianne, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So scenario A illustrates issuing debt for the 41 administration rebuild project. Under this scenario, it's projected the new fire station and administration building could be built in fiscal year 2022. Scenario B is to pay cash for the Station 41 project, reusing fire flow tax. It's projected that under this scenario, the fire station could be built about 10 years from now in 2031. Scenario C illustrates paying cash for the project using both fire flow tax and property tax revenue that was previously used to service the pension obligation bonds. In this scenario, it's projected the district would have enough money for the architectural design to begin in fiscal year 2022 and construction to occur in fiscal year 2024. Next slide, please. The significant assumptions used in the long-range financial forecast are detailed in this slide. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Adam Benson for his comments and thoughts.
Thank you very much, Glorianne. Thank you, Chief Winokur, for the opportunity. As John mentioned, my name is Adam Benson. Been in this field working with local governments and special districts, primarily municipalities, but other special districts as well, for the better part of about 15 years. I do have a brief PowerPoint that I put together. I don't know if I can share my screen or if, Madam Clerk, you have to give me permission to do that.
Yeah, I can stop share and then you should be able to share your screen.
Great. Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, and I'm just going to go from beginning. Wonderful. So you know, the scope of this project was relatively short in terms of duration. So I did do a fairly high level analysis with a real focus on the assumptions that the district is using and making some potential recommendations for additional items that the district may want to consider. Before I jump too much in, I always like to start these presentations by just giving a high-level overview of how and why public agencies use long-range forecasting. So nothing here is probably new to you. As you know, budgeting is the process of allocating a finite set of resources to meet the prioritized needs of an organization. Long-range forecasting really expands upon the budgeting process, but it provides a multi-year perspective of both revenues and expenditures. And really, it provides a format for policymakers to evaluate the long-term impacts of current decisions on the organization's bottom line over a long period of time. So in other words, how are decisions that we make today, how are the expenses and revenues that we're projecting today impacting us down the road? And at a high level, it helps to answer some of the questions that I've posed here. In which directions are revenues and expenditures trending? Do you have an operating budget that is fundamentally in balance, or is there a structural deficit? Are there known challenges or opportunities on the horizon, such as trying to rebuild Station 41 in the administration building? Are there changes in debt service, which we know we have with the OPEB debt service rolling off later in the forecast? And are there any known risks in pension funding requirements? What's happening in the equity market, which is a direct correlation to your pension expense? And then importantly, even without the effects of a recession, what are the strategies that are available to you to bend revenues, hopefully upwards, or to bend the spending curves downward to close any budgetary gaps that you identify, or to address longer term needs and liabilities that you have? In helping to sort of understand what a forecast is, it's also important to sort of remember that it is not really a prediction. You know, forecasts are always inherently incorrect. None of these numbers will come exactly in as we've put down on the piece of paper. So there always is room both up and down for these forecasts to move. Turning specifically to the analysis that I did, I started really by looking at MOFD's revenues. And as you know, 94% of your fiscal year 21-22 revenues in the general fund are derived from property taxes. Property taxes in the district and really across the state of California provide a relatively stable revenue source, even during periods of severe economic contraction. While your primary source of revenue is highly stable, it is the only real source of revenue that you have. Oftentimes, when I'm looking at an organization's revenues, I do like to assess the diversity of sources. And in this case, you have a single source that makes up the vast majority of your budget. So there is some inherent risk there, but it generally is a good thing when your main source of revenue is highly stable. And I have some charts later on that'll really just show you that trend over time. And then of course you have some other revenues that make up the remaining 6%, which are really linked to service delivery, such as your ambulance fees and other charges for service. My view, those were reasonably lowered based upon your most recent actuals in the forecast. You're trying to assess current expectations down the road. And there's moderate, reasonable CPI type adjustments in the outer years. But looking more specifically at property taxes, I did do and had staff provide me with a 15-year look back of your property tax collections. And that data is represented in the chart here at the right. I apologize if this is too small to read. Over that 15-year period, I did identify 3 years of negative growth in property taxes. And you can see that occurs, it's highlighted in red in fiscal year ending 2008, fiscal year ending 2012, and fiscal year ending 2013. So that is generally the time period in which the country was facing what we term the Great Recession. So the technical dates of that recession were December of 2007 through June of 2009. Recessions are identified by the National Bureau of Economic Research, which is an independent organization. They've been doing this all the way back to the beginning of time when they were recording data like this. In California, the property tax assessments in many agencies, Oakland was like this as well, they really didn't see a decline in their property tax immediately. It took about 12 to 18 months for assessed values and home values to really reach the property tax rolls. And your current year collections are always based upon prior year assessed values. So it's sort of inherent that there's always going to be a delay. But as you can see in this data, your sort of bottoming of property tax collections happened in fiscal year 2013. But over that time period, you see some years where revenue growth was not significant. Fiscal year 2010, it was 2.56%. Fiscal year 2011, about 3.2% growth. But you didn't see a major reset like we do in other tax categories in municipalities. So sales taxes, transient occupancy taxes right now, things that are more economically sensitive have seen double-digit declines during this time period. Your entity is somewhat immune from that, as evidenced in this chart. And also worth pointing out that the Great Recession really was a property-related recession. You know, there was a housing bubble, there was a collapse of the mortgage industry that really resulted in property values significantly declining throughout the state of California. But even in this data, even in this time period, you see relative stability. So the 2 years that I highlighted in orange really reflect 2 years in which you still had growth in your property taxes over the last 15 years. And while it's positive, it was really still below the long-term assumptions that are currently being used in the multi-year forecast. When I look at this data, I like to look at it as a compound annual growth rate. For those of you who are investment more oriented, you might know that term as your internal rate of return, which really looks at the change, the aggregate change over time that smooths any short-term ups and downs. And it's important when you're doing that type of an analysis, what I call it a CAGR, or an internal rate of return, because it allows you to evaluate your projections across a business cycle. One of the biggest challenges entities have when they're doing these types of projections is they can tend to cherry pick the dates in which they're looking at growth or change in revenue, right? And in my experience, if you're analyzing a trend and you're happening to look at the trough, so that the downside of a business cycle, and you're comparing that to the top of a cycle, and then using that change to estimate future projections, you're going to be significantly overstating what may actually happen over the long term. And from my perspective, looking at your compound annual growth rate over a 15, 10, and 5-year period, you can kind of see how that would play out. Looking over a long-term period, 15 years, your property taxes at MOFD in the general fund have grown at a rate of about 4.4%. Over a 10-year period, it's a little bit higher, about 4.9%. And over a short period, it's about 5.9%, so just under 6%. Now, I wouldn't expect your short-term experience going forward to really mimic what has happened in the most recent past, because we know that's really a robust period of growth that may or may not come to fruition down the road. Importantly, I did look at this data and I did bump it up against the information that was provided to me by HDL, which is the district's outside property tax consultant. And it's relatively consistent. What they're looking at over the next 5 years averaged out to be about a 4.3% growth rate, variable a little bit year by year, but over the 5-year horizon was about 4.3%. My 15-year expectation, looking historically to project forward across a business cycle that includes a pretty severe economic recession, would show growth at a maximum level of about 4.4%. So the numbers that the district has put into the property tax line item in the 5-year forecast at 3% are very reasonable on the conservative side, in my estimation. But importantly, they don't really forecast a recession. It's really assuming things continue somewhat as is. There's a little bit of upward potential, but it is within a very reasonable range of where you could end up, with the expectation that it could be vary at any given year from that number. This is really the same data set that I showed before, just reflected graphically. The bar charts show you your year-over-year change in property tax revenues. The blue line represents the 4.415 year compound annual growth rate. So the bars that are above that reflect growth that exceeded that long-term internal rate of return. The bars that are below that are less than that. And as we talked about previously, 3 years where you actually had a decline in your property tax collections. And again, this is highly consistent with what HDL presented and highly consistent what's included in the financial forecast. Their analysis also does look at normal increases in assessed valuation. So as you know, Prop 13 restricts year-over-year growth in assessed valuation at about the CPI rate, capped at 2%. So historically, you see your assessed valuation on your property tax bill will go up just about 2% per year this year because CPI is somewhat lower. I think it's the state's Department of Finance has recommended about a 1.03% natural growth rate. But they also took into account growth in AV due to property turnover. So as you know, whenever a home exchanges hands and it's sold, it gets reassessed at its new market value rate, which is the rate that it was sold at. So if someone buys a house for $1 million in 2015, their property taxes will only grow at about that 2% inflation rate until they sell the house. Let's say someone sold it in 2020 for 1.5 million. The new assessed value would be 1.5, and that is how the 1% Prop 13 tax would be assessed. So they looked at a historical average to come up with that number and arrived at a 5-year average of about 4.2, 4.3%.
Adam, we'll just pick a quick comment here along the way because it's funny. It almost sounds like you were in our meeting, which you might have been a few years ago when we talked about the rationale for picking a number that wasn't necessarily the long-term average, because sometimes when you look at those, especially after you've had a number of years of good years, you anticipate some of those bad years coming up. So rather than just putting a long-term average at the end of a cycle, we put a slightly lower number without trying to forecast a downturn. We just lower the number to incorporate a downturn.
Yeah, that's right. It's inherently in there because you could have a year that comes in higher, but you could also have a year that comes in lower, and you could certainly see some years that repeat back what you experienced in the 2011-12 range. Yeah, that's a very good, accurate observation. So looking quickly at expenditures, a few things jump out at me. The first thing is that over the forecast period, I see you as being structurally balanced with your ongoing revenues equaling or exceeding your ongoing expenditures. Over the forecast period, you have a healthy unassigned fund balance, though I do understand you have a goal of getting to a 50% reserve. You're not there at any point during the 5-year forecast. I do think that's an honorable goal. Very difficult. I have seen some special districts that have a significantly higher fund balance than the GFOA recommendation. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends that each entity really evaluate their own unique financial circumstances in developing a policy for their unassigned fund balance. But their base recommendation is roughly 2 months, so about 16, 17%. You do meet that requirement, but you do as a board, and I think this is great to have a policy that actually makes you build that reserve up over time. And I think that's particularly important given the sort of reliance on a single source of revenue. Like most public agencies, personnel costs make up a significant majority of your overall expenditures. And we know that those costs really have been increasing predominantly due to double-digit growth in pension expense and expenses related to other employee benefits, active healthcare, which far out, the growth rates have far exceeded CPI, and other post-employment benefits or retiree medical benefits. Looking at the forecast, I see that the district has reasonably captured the likely scenario that's to occur over the multi-year forecast horizon. And those estimates were really based upon CCCERA actuarial reports. So your retirement agency's actuarial reports that does provide an estimate going forward. Other costs will be wage growth, and I just note that it is reflected in here at 3%, and that's always a difficult thing to put in a forecast because it is subject to the negotiation process. So it's really not within the control of the finance department per se to put a number there. That is somewhat of an area, but looks like it was consistent with historical practice. And I think it's always better to include something in there so that you're not inadvertently spending money that you don't have. So good to see some growth in the wage line. And of course, I think you've accurately captured what we expect to see on healthcare. I did talk to Glorianne a little bit about OPEB costs. I did note that the forecast held them constant over the 10-year period. There could be some slightly higher than forecast changes in your cost on OPEB due to changes or missed actuarial assumptions. So, for example, people live longer. Actuaries are constantly changing their mortality tables, and even with a cap on your sort of pay-go costs, like how much benefit you're providing to retirees, there is an element that is based upon the number of retirees that you have at any given time that could drive that expense. So may want to look at, upping that expense line in out years. I don't think it would be very significant or really materially change your overall forecast. It's probably within a less than $100,000 potential, uptick overall. And really, I did want to recognize some good things that I see in this forecast that a lot of cities and a lot of special districts struggle with, but fully funding your pension and OPEB annual required contribution, or your actuarially determined contribution, I guess is the new nomenclature. I did note that the district has established an OPEB trust fund, which is great to make sure that current assets are set aside to cover those long-term liabilities. Many California agencies really are just funding OPEB on a pay-go basis. So having assets set aside there is really great news, and hopefully provide some long-term stability in terms of your expenses. And then of course that pension rate stabilization fund is also fantastic. I think pensions are an area where there's so much uncertainty. Your costs are really dependent upon how the market performs. That's going to be the largest driver of any variance from what's provided in the actuarial report. So having that pension rate stabilization fund, funding that at a level will certainly help the district to offset any potential increases that could come down the horizon. So I think those are some really great things that I see going on, and I commend the board for taking those actions.
Adam, this is Director Jex. I do have a question before we leave. You made a comment, a reserve of 2 to 3 months as being normal. That wouldn't cover, I mean, you'd be borrowing money for 3 months if you did that. I mean, you couldn't, I don't know how you'd operate when you've got 6 months of the year where you're basically required to basically fund until the tax revenues come in January.
Yeah, so Director Jex,
which is why we had the goal of 50%. Otherwise, you're borrowing money to operate.
That's a very good point. I have not analyzed the detail within a fiscal year cash flow analysis. So I do try to distinguish that accounting component from the unassigned fund balance. And I do understand the point that you're making, and it makes sense to me. When I say the GFOA recommends that you have an unassigned available fund balance at the end of a fiscal year, I'm really not looking at your short-term cash flow needs. Having a 50% reserve would certainly put you in a better position where you would not need to look at a tax revenue anticipation note or any short-term borrowing to cover gaps due to timing. I'm really saying that they recommend at the end of a fiscal year that you should maintain at least a 2-month reserve.
Well, our fiscal year in June, we have 6 months basically where we're, if you have 6 months of cash, you can operate for the next 6 months without having to borrow.
Right.
Historically, we've had years where we have had to borrow because of our reserves are below 50%.
Right. Yes, and I think that's a very good goal, long-term goal to try to get to for the exact reason that you're pointing out.
Okay.
So moving on to the next slide, I did look at the 3 different options that the scenarios that were presented to the board, and I really just provided some high-level pros and cons for each of those options as I see it. Really not making a recommendation here, though I do think that some of these scenarios have some pros that outweigh them than others. With respect to option A, this is the option that is presented where you issue debt for Station 41. One of the pros of this is really around timing. So when you issue debt, you can really do an infrastructure project when it's needed. So if the district is deciding that it needs to build a fire station in the next couple of years, issuing debt would really allow that to happen. That issuance process only takes a couple of months to really go through. Another pro is that it spreads the cost of the asset over the useful life. So you're authorized to issue debt up to the useful life of an asset. It cannot exceed that. So typically a lot of agencies, when they're looking at capital infrastructure, they're looking at 30-year bonds. You certainly don't have to issue a 30-year. You could do something much shorter, 25, 20, 15, whatever you really can fit into your cost, but it does spread that out over the useful life of the asset. When you issue debt, it does increase your capacity to invest in infrastructure if you need it. I don't know that you need it right now. But another goal of this, which is related to spreading the costs over the useful life, is that it makes the beneficiaries of that capital project really share in its cost. And I like to term that somewhat as intergenerational taxpayer equity. Taxpayers today, the revenues that you collect today are not going to go just to fund a fire station that's going to be used for 20, potentially 30 years. There are cons associated with issuing debt. One of those is your interest cost. And that means that you have less dollars available for capital because you do pay interest when you issue debt. A good note on this is that we are in a historically low interest rate environment with lots of high rated debt coming in at around a 2% mark. So I would imagine that's somewhere within a reasonable range. But it does also limit your budgetary flexibility in the future by making you have to pay debt service, right? It locks that in. You're obligating these revenues for that purpose.
I guess the other way to think about intergenerational things is that you could have been setting some companies or even households set aside money every year and build up a fund so that, and then you buy it when you can afford it. That's the other way to think about, spreading it intergenerationally. Because if you have a 30 or 40-year-old fire station, the people that weren't paying taxes for that 30 or 40 years got a free ride, and you're putting it all on their kids. So that's another way to think about it.
Yes, President Joyce, I 100% agree. And actually, I kind of was going to talk about that with these two options B and C. Option B being you sort of use your fire flow tax to sort of build up a balance over a long-term period. And I think that one doesn't have construction starting until year 8 of the financial forecast. So it takes a lot of time to build that. You're absolutely right. If there were already in existence sort of a policy or a directive that gave staff, set aside X amount of money each year, here's our capital needs over a long-term horizon, that option would really make sense. But when you have an immediate need, or at least a short-term need for a station, it sounds like, I don't know if it's exactly next year or if you can wait 1 or 2 years, but building up $10 to $12 million in a short period of time might put some pressure on the district's finances. But your point is well taken. And option C, of course, is using the debt service that was going to the POBs and the fire tax flow to build the station without issuing debt. These two pros of this: really interest savings. You're not issuing debt, so you're not paying interest costs. Pros that you're avoiding the risk of default, which I think is very low based upon what I see, but it is a pro. And you're not necessarily tying up future funds today to service that debt. The cons of both of these options is that you really have long wait times for capital projects to get underway. And that's particularly true in option B, where you're building the balance now, you're starting now. If you had been working on this for 5 or 10 years, that would not be the case. One thing I do note is that it also exhausts your capital funds in these scenarios. So you see that your capital funds go down to about $150,000 balance in the out year if you're using the PAYGO methods in either of these two options. It does also, particularly with option B, it does reduce your available unassigned fund balance. So if you look in the top line report, under scenario A, where you issue debt, you're still growing your overall unassigned fund balance. Whereas if you try to use PAYGO, you are dipping into your unassigned fund balance to cover that $10 to $12 million cost. Of course, there's inflation risk as projects, and I think that's built into the forecast as well, Gloria, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as the projects get further out, labor costs tend to go up and the cost of construction goes up. So you'd be inherently spending more than you would be in the short term. And with respect to these assets themselves, I don't have as much of an assessment of them as the chief and Gloria, but there could be a need to expend resources in the short term to keep those assets in use. So the more you keep there's a cost to prolong the life of an aged asset, and I don't know if that's super expensive, but roofs, HVAC systems, or potentially litigation that could come in for outdated buildings that are ADA non-compliant or something along those lines. So those are really just the pros and cons of these three options that I see. So really quick to summarize, and I absolutely want to open up to questions. I see it as having reasonable revenue and expenditure projections given the uncertainty that exists in the broader economy. The district has what appears to be a strong adherence to best practices in financial management that's evidenced by your healthy reserve and your long-term reserve policy of getting to 50%. The fact that your budget is structurally balanced and that you have taken actions to set aside reserves for long-term liabilities. It's always a good sign when an agency is putting aside things when the sun is shining, right? Like if you're repairing the roof when the sun is shining, that's always a good thing for me to see, and I like to see that in this situation. The scenarios that they're building here are all reasonable options. I think if I were to do this analysis independently, I would have come up with those same three things that you could look at, though I really think that option B has more drawbacks due to the time that it would take for you to build sufficient assets, but certainly something that you may want to incorporate into future plans if you do want to continue to pay for your capital improvements on a pay-as-you-go basis, really setting up a fund and stocking away some resources over time. Given general economic uncertainty, I think there's an inherent risk in option C because it does result in a reduction in your projected unassigned fund balance. And you need to balance that as a board, the need to balance your capital assets with the need for future financial flexibility, right? So if there's some uncertainty, having $10 million go out the door next year is very different and provides you with less flexibility than if you were to issue debt and have a $800,000 to $900,000 debt service payment. Lastly, just a potential recommendation that the board may want to consider is looking at some additional scenarios that don't just model out the debt around the rebuild of the station, but maybe modeling out what an economic contraction could look like. I know we talked about this a little bit early on, but oftentimes public agencies will put in place sort of a pessimistic revenue forecast. So what if revenues do not come in at the 3% that we're analyzing? And it may also be worthwhile to look at some expense testing on your pensions to really see what happens if the equity market does not perform at the discount rate that's currently included in the actuarial report. So those are really just a couple of areas that I see overall very comfortable with the analysis, recognizing how this forecast is to be used. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chief and Gloria, or questions.
So I guess one of the choices would be to, instead of, if you're worried about option C, is to, instead of building it next year, you could wait a year or so, a year and a half, and that would not put as much pressure on your general fund balances.
Yes, I think that's right. Every delay, there's a risk of having more maintenance costs that you could have or risks of litigation, so the longer you delay, there could be short-term costs that you're incurring that you wouldn't if you do it immediately. But yes, I think every time, any type of delay, if there's an aversion to debt among the board, that is an option.
And the interest rates are at historically low levels now. We don't know what they're going to be like in, a year or 2 years either.
Yes, Director Danziger. I mean, we've been saying for a long time, even prior to when I was with the city of Oakland, like now, if you're going to issue debt, now's a good time to do it, to take advantage of low interest rates, because they're not going to stay at these low rates indefinitely. But they've actually stayed at these low rates for a very, very long
time. It's been 10 years.
Yeah, so I've been wrong on that one before. So I don't like to make predictions about where interest rates are going, but I don't see a lot of downside. I don't think they're going to get much lower, but certainly I don't know when they're going to uptick.
Well, the Fed seems to think they're going to stay where they are for at least a couple of years.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know, I
Chief,
remember.
Chief, real quick, Chief,
Yeah.
we put this project off because of last year. We're in need of a new station sooner than later. Is that correct?
That's correct. The station is currently functioning, but it's clearly outlived both the parameters for which it was designed, and it was built in a time when we did not have as many people and there were no women in the fire service. So I don't think there is any question that the station is in need of replacement. I would, as was posed last month, there's nothing emergent with regard to our ability to respond at the station today. That said, any day something could go wrong, and given the age of the station, which is true of any station or anything, of course, but given the age of the station, that there is a risk of catastrophic failure, not catastrophic, but a risk of failure of major systems for sure, and certainly a risk of things like a single shared bathroom facility for 5 people and will potentially be a co-ed crew, as well as the dormitories and some of the additions that occurred over time. That really make clear that this is not a long-term solution. That said, there is nothing pressing today to say that we need to do it, other than there is certainly a potential that something could go wrong in the future, and that this station does not have, this is not a station that we can indefinitely continue to use.
And we've been talking about Station 41 here, and I know Station 45 is also in need of some major renovations, upgrades at least. And I just wonder, you know, I'm new to, you know, financing these type of facilities. Is it possible to kind of put these together? Maybe Adam knows something about that. Like we need 41 of probably a total rebuild, and 45 just to renovate, upgrade, you know, things like that. Can those be lumped together for one package basically, or would they
If I may, before Adam answers, whether or not they could be lumped together from a financing perspective, we don't have the capacity. I don't know that we have the capacity to run one large capital project. We certainly don't have the capacity to run 2 simultaneously.
Okay, because it would put both stations out, right, temporarily?
Well, the stations will continue to operate. We continue to have a around-the-clock response requirement, but there will have to be, depending on the scale of the repair or the upgrade or the rebuilding, there'll have to be alternate facilities developed and put into service, as well as contract management. You'll note we don't have a facilities division with people standing by to oversee these projects.
Okay, so under no scenario would we undertake both of these at the same time?
No scenario.
And so I'm just thinking, just, you know, right now, Station 41 being a total rebuild. I mean, we know how long 43 took, and hopefully that 41 wouldn't take that long, but 45 as an upgraded facility, I would think that would be a lot shorter time frame. Is that?
I certainly
fair?
would hope so. I don't think either one of them will take the 10 years that 43 took.
Okay.
I hope not.
Yeah. Okay.
Or all the hassles either.
Yeah. Okay.
Question, Director Jex, the assumption was that we had looked for land, but I'm not aware that we've actually acquired land. Or have we made a determination as to what we would do with the existing site and what value might be recognized out of it if it were sold?
We have it's real estate negotiations are closed session items, sir.
Okay. So do we have any further comments from the board?
If I may, sir, before we move off of this slide, if I just point out one under property tax revenue. So the 427 for next year that the long range financial forecast shows Those are actual assessments. So that's not necessarily a projection. That's what they're going to bill, and we're going to receive. I would call attention to the subsequent year, which is 2%, which is what the board directed last year when we were doing this amidst tremendous amount of uncertainty regarding COVID. So I did just want to point out that the 2% item for next year's budget assumption.
But then it's just that 1 year, and then it's 3.5 after that.
Correct, sir, which is the board's previously provided assumption to use.
Which was kind of that thing that we talked about, that instead of forecasting whatever the HDL folks said, we said, because we're starting at the end of 6 years of all positive, big positive numbers above the average. And the question is that trend going to continue, or are we going to, and I think the idea was that we had put in a number that was a little bit lower than the average, rather than trying to predict a particular year when things might turn down. We just kind of lowered the overall forecast a little bit, given that where we were in a trend that often has dips. We haven't had a dip for a long time.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, nobody can predict any of that. I think it's all just, hope, guess.
Under the scenarios, we have 3 different scenarios, at least for the station projects. Are we going to be able to go through those numbers right now? Is that part of this presentation?
If you would like to, sir. I mean, I think from our perspective, from staff's perspective, the direction was to provide scenarios, and of the various elements that can be tinkered with, the board has provided specific direction on almost all of them. And I'm profoundly uncomfortable having staff, particularly our staff, who I think while they're doing the absolute best we can, none of us are experts, which is why we asked Adam to be here tonight. And I think if there was interest in the board's perspective in having him do additional modeling, either for this year or for in future years, having someone who specializes in this is probably the right answer. With regard to the 3 scenarios, we certainly can go through them cell by cell. Really, the intent was to give the macro, which is if one is there the board's direction with regard to the willingness to issue debt, and or some combination thereof, which will allow us to have an understanding of when we can place those projects on the long-range financial forecast and on our capital improvement plan, so we can start to do the planning with regard to when we should expect to be proceeding with those, primarily based on the availability of funds.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, after hearing this and looking at the financial forecast, I mean, I would be comfortable proceeding myself with scenario A, and at least drilling down further into proceeding with scenario A, and I would include, I guess a time frame on 41 as well as 45 in there, just so we'd have a better understanding going forward. I personally don't see us using scenario B or C. So that's just where I'm thinking.
This is Director Donner. I would tend to lean towards scenario A as well, especially with interest rates being historically low. I think it would be prudent for the district to go that route.
And just somebody, maybe Adam or Gloriana or Chief can I'm kind of new to this financing for municipal facilities. So is it like buying a house? I mean, when we do this, if we have funds available, can we put down a down payment? Do you do that? I don't even know. I'm just asking that question.
Yes, sir. You can structure the debt. You obviously only borrow what you need. And so if the district has funds available or is directed to make funds available via board direction, then we borrow the delta between what we have on hand and are projected to have during the period and what is needed. And then with regard to early payoff and so forth, those are all things that can be included in the loan.
Okay, got it.
Other comments?
I would also agree. Scenario A, I believe, would be the best route for us to take for the Station 41
So I guess for me, I don't see B as being viable at all. I don't think we want to wait 10 years for anything. And I don't know why we specifically picked that particular source of funds, but I'm not sure what the rationale for that scenario was. I guess C for me, but not the purest form of C necessarily. It was maybe something a little different. I'm not sure, at least from what I've heard, and I know it's subject to, the closed session negotiations about the land and things, but I didn't realize we already had all that figured out, because we certainly haven't had much discussion with the board about it. So I'm not sure what the timing of that is. And it takes a while to get them designed and get the bids done and everything. So it's not obvious we're going to build it in the next year, no matter what we do. So I would think that in a couple of years, the next year or year after, we would be able to fund it out of what I would just call general funds. It doesn't have to be money that had previously been set aside for the the pension obligation bonds or whatever. It's just that we have money left. And so, I don't think we would have to wait very long, much longer than when we could probably get it done anyway, if we funded it out of general funds. And that way it doesn't saddle us with, the ongoing debt. We already have several of our buildings, pledged toward other things that we financed. So we don't have too much more we can pledge. So I guess it'd be a modified C that I would prefer.
Okay. Where do we go from here? How do we? Can we look at both of those options? I mean, I'm not sure how we go forward.
Should we bring it back to our next meeting and maybe see what kind of funding it takes if we delay C by a year, for example, from where we have it, and see what that does for our cash flows and general fund balances, and maybe we do some combination of that and maybe a little bit of debt or something at the end of the day.
I personally wouldn't be comfortable with that at all, especially going through negotiations. I don't want to see any money earmarked toward the stations. I'm in favor of issuing debt with scenario A, and that's the direction I think we should go in.
Well, that earmarks $10 million toward the stations. So that's kind of the opposite of what you were lobbying for.
Yeah, I'd like to
see the single largest capital expenditure we're going to have, and you want to do it as soon as we can.
Well, so how do we? I mean, I'm hearing at least three of us talk about scenario A.
I'd be curious on what Director Jex's take is on this.
I think, as I expressed last time, we've been burdened with $28 million of debt, which has restricted what we've been able to do and plan and prepare for other things in the future. There's always cost associated with the interest. And as indicated, Craig said, what we can pledge and how much we can borrow, there's some issues that we have to, I think, resolve before we decide we're going to go borrow $10 million. We have assets we need to deal with regards to what we're going to do and where. There's some major issues, I think, before we start saying we're going to do this, that have to come in advance of what we're talking about.
Maybe we should put this on the next agenda after we have a closed session to discuss some of the other precursors that happen before we are going to even be able to build one of these, so that we can discuss those things and see how it impacts this.
Yeah, I mean, the issue, what's the value of the property that Station 41 sits on? We don't know that. So we say we're saying we're going to go borrow $10 million. We don't really know what we're going to be financing. You're not going to borrow 100%, $100 on that for that. You're only going to be able to probably borrow a portion.
Unless you pledge something else, but we're kind of running out of other things to pledge.
Directors, if I could just suggest, I don't have any dog in any of these hunts, but it strikes me that you're missing some facts that would allow you, I mean, tonight's not the night, it seems to me, to decide exactly how you're going to proceed, because you have facts you don't know, like land costs, other things. And it also may be that there are other approaches that combine these approaches. I'm wondering if if either putting it on a later meeting or having an ad hoc committee, to talk through options might be a way to do it. Bear in mind, I mean, the long range financial forecast is just an advisory document. You don't vote to adopt it in any event. It's just you're just giving input to staff. So, I don't know, I guess I'll defer to the chief here, but it strikes me that, that there are a lot of variables that aren't pinned down here that make it hard to close this issue out.
If I may, we do have a bit of a chicken or an egg element that moving forward with discussions with regard to acquiring land and disposing of 41 requires an understanding that we're actually committed to doing that, because otherwise the partners, well, they're ready to move and we are not, and it puts us in an awkward dance. So from my perspective, what would be tremendously helpful is to have an understanding of the sense of the board, or the pleasure of the board, with regard to the funding mechanism. If there are certainly other scenarios to be considered, but to give us a planning horizon. And if that planning horizon is 2 years out, which is probably the soonest, if hypothetically we were to get approval tonight to move forward with something that was executable, it would be at least 2 years before we would break ground, because things take time. And on the other hand, that's very different than a planning horizon that's 10 years out, where the willing partners we may have today, it may not exist any longer. The situation certainly will have changed. So having a sense from the board with regard to funding, and funding being used as a pathway to understanding the horizon for when this project could be executed, that would be tremendously helpful in order to inform the path forward and to provide the board with accurate information. But that accurate information, we require some parameters of which of those horizons we're planning for.
So, I mean, one challenge here is, a majority of the board is maybe enough to give you direction on the long range plan, but in reality, it takes 4/5 of the board to issue a bond. So just as a completely practical matter, unless you've got 4/5, you don't have direction, in my view.
I agree.
I guess I feel like it sounds like you have information that at least I'm not privy to. So I would at least like to have because we're going to have a closed session reasonably soon, put that on the closed session so we can share some of that information. And I think if we look at it, it sounds like you don't think we're going to be able to do it for a couple of years anyway. So maybe that's kind of my modified C explanation, no matter what. So I'm not sure that we have that big a difference in what's being discussed.
Yes, sir. Understanding that it's pre-COVID, so that put everything on hold. But the information that was previously shared with the Station 41 ad hoc committee and with the board in closed session almost 2 years ago now, it's largely unchanged, other than that the partner still remains willing.
Okay. I'd still like to discuss it in a closed session if that's okay.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I would agree. I mean, we have as far as I know, we do have a closed session coming up in the near future. Maybe we can add this on.
So I think maybe the guidance is that we put it, on next time. We have a precursor meeting that's the closed session, and then put it on next time's agenda.
Sure.
That works.
How does everybody feel about that?
I'm in favor of that.
Sounds good.
John, you okay with that too?
Yeah, no, that's,
Okay, great.
Okay.
Super. Thank you, Adam. You did a great job. It was
thank
very,
you.
very helpful, very, insightful. Good job.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
So before we move on to the next item, I do want to point out that we do have one hand raised.
Okay. One hand raised for what?
Oh, he just unraised his hand. So,
Okay, because I was going to say, I think we already kind of went past. No, we're happy to hear somebody whenever.
yeah.
but-
hmm
Okay. So it looks like we're on to regular agenda item 9.2, the Q3 financial update and budget review for fiscal year 2021. Do we have any public comment on that item?
I'm just pulling up the slide real quick.
We're still seeing Adam's. Is that what you're?
Oh.
Yeah, yes, I am pulling up the next slide.
There we go.
So for public comment, we do not have any hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment for the financial update Q3 topic.
Okay, so I'll close public comment on that. And then I guess is it Glorianne, are you on for this?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Excellent.
Directors, right? The next slide, please. So I just want you to think back for a minute, a brief background as we start. So a year ago, when the current fiscal year budget was prepared, we did not know how the economic effects of the pandemic would affect the district. As a result, in order to maintain budget flexibility, the district followed the recommendation of the Government Finance Officers Association and adopted a budget that was conservative and budgeted revenue conservatively low and expenditures conservatively high. The original budget adopted last June projected a deficit of $1.5 million. Based on actual results through Q3 of the fiscal year, the district will end the fiscal year with a general fund surplus of $600,000. This includes the transfer of the one-time money from the Moraga-Orinda shaded fuel break administrative fee of $447,000. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the revenue of $28 million and projected expenditures of 27.4 and the resulting surplus, which would be about $571,000. Next slide, please. This slide details revenue on the left-hand side. Through March 31 of the fiscal year, property tax revenue is basically on target with budget. Strike team revenue is currently budgeted at $3 million. It's projected it will be under budget $337,000. So it'll come in, strike team revenue will come in at about $2,663,000. Ambulance revenue is projected to basically meet budget. Plan review revenue is projected to exceed budget $53,000, primarily due to continued development in Wilder in Orinda. The transfer of the fuel break fund was not budgeted and is $447,000. Expenditures on the right-hand side of the slide, salaries are less than budget $15,000. Strike team overtime is also under budget $300,000. Overtime is basically trending on budget. Retirement contributions as well. Finally, the OPEB contribution will be less than the budget of $144,000. And that's because the amount that was actually contributed was based on the most recent actuarial valuation, which was less than what the district budgeted. Finally, services and supplies expenditures are also projected to be less than budget at $183,000, primarily due to the fire chief contingency, which will not be fully spent, and the COVID contingency, which will also not be fully spent. Next slide, please.
Glorianne, before you leave that slide, I assume in the financial statements, the published financial statements, the transfer of fuel break fund will not show as revenue. It'll actually be reflecting of a transfer between funds.
Correct. Accounting wise, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that will not be shown as revenue.
Let's consider another finance source.
Right, it will be a transfer between funds.
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide, please. This graph reflects general fund revenue by month. The orange line shows budgeted revenue. The green line is actual revenue that's trending higher than budget and higher than the prior year, which is reflected in the red line. Next slide, please. This slide graphs general fund expenditures by month. Again, the green line is the current year, and it is trending pretty much along with the orange line, which is the budget. The green, and then the green line is higher than last year, which is the red line. Next slide, please. This graph details ambulance revenue for the fiscal year. So the vertical bars show the number of transports by month for the current fiscal year and for the prior fiscal year. You can see on the right side of the graph that the orange vertical bars, the ambulance transports decreased last year after COVID hit. Then you can see on the left side of the graph how the blue columns, which reflect transports through Q3, are still less than prior year's transports, which are in the orange columns. However, I will draw your attention to the most recent month, which is March 2021. So the blue column is higher than orange. That's because last year COVID had already affected the ambulance transports. So the March, we did have more ambulance transports than March of 2020. The yellow, blue, and gray lines depict the ambulance revenue. The gray line is the current revenue, which is trending less than last year, which is the yellow line, and more than the budget, which is the blue line. Next slide, please. This graph reflects strike team activity for the last 5 years. The blue line shows strike team revenue. The orange line is the strike team overtime expense. The gray columns represent the surplus generated from the strike team, and the surplus has gone into the general fund over the last 5 years. 2021 is the highest amount, and the surplus is projected to be $550,000. And you can see the surplus has fluctuated significantly over the last 5 years. Next slide, please.
And that is that difference that we projected to be like 300,000 going forward in the long range plan. Is that the?
Yes, sir. 300,000.
This graph details the current year cash flow compared to the prior year. The district received major cash inflow in December of 2020, and the district had significant cash outflow and for strike teams and did not begin to receive reimbursement for those until January of 2021. The district utilized the teeter plan in early December for $400,000. The March 2021 cash balance decreased significantly due to the pension and OPEB trust contributions to the PARS Trust in the amount of $1,894,000. Next slide, please. The district started the fiscal year with $9.6 million in general fund unrestricted fund balance. The projected surplus would increase fund balance to $10,188,000. This would be approximately 36.5% of budgeted, which is more than the minimum of 17% and less than the goal of 50%. Next slide, please. For COVID-19 expenditures, the district budgeted $150,000 for COVID expenses. So through March 31st, the district had spent $24,000, and it's detailed on the slide. Next slide, please. There's nothing significant to report with the capital projects funds or the other funds. Actual results in these three funds are trending appropriately to budget. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. Staff has now provided 3 financial updates this fiscal year due to the economic uncertainties around COVID. The final update will be presented after the end of the fiscal year at the August board meeting. And we are requesting at this time if the board would like to provide direction, if you would like to continue to see quarterly financial updates in the new fiscal year. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. That was great. Well, given that it took, 10 minutes or whatever, I like understanding what's happening more than once every 6 months personally. So how does everybody else feel about that?
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been very helpful to have a quarterly.
Yes, no surprises at the end of 6 months. I think it's great.
I know it's work, but thank you. It's valuable for us. That's sort of, that's why they pay us the big bucks, so we can look at that. Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from the board? Comments? Okay, we can move on then to item 9.3, the public budget workshop, development of the annual operating budget for fiscal year 2022 and the board direction regarding the draft budget, additional general fund property tax revenue, general fund discretionary expenditure budget, and capital projects fund expenditure budget. Chief Glorian.
Yes, sir. And before we get started, I would like to point out that there's a little bit of awkwardness to how this unfolds, that this is intended to be a workshop. I want to be very clear about that. The workshop is the time where the board can receive input from the public. The board can process that, can ask clarifying questions in an engaged manner with the public. And then the board can provide direction from which staff goes and refines the budget. And on face value, that ought to occur with a blank piece of paper. However, quite a bit of work has gone into the budget. There are large elements of the budget that are not discretionary, and we're not starting a new organization from scratch here. And so I want to be clear that the information that was provided in the packet tonight was provided in order to form the discussion. This is not the staff or myself or the district telling the board and the public, this is what's going to be, and let's have the workshop, but this has already been established. So I do want to clarify that while quite a bit of information has been provided in the board packet and so forth, this is intended to be a workshop where the board has an opportunity to hear from the public and staff's able to answer either any questions or clarify and so forth. And then taking the direction that is provided as an output of this meeting, we will come back in May for the budget presentation. And then any direction that is provided there will be modified and come back in June, where we hope, but the board will adopt the budget. But it's not required, as noted earlier. The budget is not required to be adopted until no later than October. However, that's not a best practice, as that would leave us in July and August and September, essentially with just carrying over the previous budget. So with that, I'll turn it over to Glorianne with the presentation.
Can I just make one? So, and actually, I realized I forgot to ask for public comment on this, but it's a workshop, so we aren't really sort of doing the public comment thing beforehand, right?
Correct, sir.
And I guess the only other comment I would make is, this is not just, a redo of last year. You guys actually did do, you talked to the various departments, and, it was a bottoms up budget. And in the past, at least, you and your whole team have done a great job of that. You've actually, thought through things and sharpened your pencils and done a good job. So, I'll let you go.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. There's also, there's quite a bit of, there are many demands on the district's resources, both the district's money and the district's people. And we're trying to make sure that our budget reflects the meeting of the requirements of our core mission, as well as many of the other things that we either have an interest in or an influence over. But with that, Glorianne, if you wouldn't mind taking us through the slides.
Certainly, thank you. Next slide, please, Marcia. So Chief briefly talked about this, but tonight is a public workshop to discuss the draft budget. Based on board direction in the workshop tonight, the proposed budget will be brought back to the board at the May board meeting for additional input and direction. The budget is scheduled for adoption at the June board meeting. The latest date the board can adopt the budget is in October. Next slide, please. The draft budget includes general fund revenue of $28.7 million, expenditures of $28 million, and a budget surplus of $752,000. Next slide, please. Total general fund revenue is projected to increase $661,000. So property taxes, which as if we all already discussed, which is the most important revenue source, is projected to increase 4.2% in the fiscal year based on estimates by HDL. However, property tax revenue in the general fund is projected to increase 14.2% because there's $2.2 million of property tax revenue that previously was required to pay for the pension obligation bonds, which will now go into the general fund. Ambulance revenue is projected to increase 2% based on a fee increase. Plan review fees are projected to decrease based on conservative estimates for plan review and weed abatement charges. Finally, intergovernmental revenue is projected to decrease due to the completion of the federal SAFER grant. Next slide, please. Total general, went one too far, Marcia. There we go, thanks. Total general fund expenditures are budgeted to be $27.9 million. Salary and benefits would be $25 million. And this is, I want to make this really clear that the salary and benefits are based on the existing salary schedule that is in effect. An OPEB contribution is included at the full annual required contribution, which is $435,000. The proposed budget includes a pension trust contribution of $2.4 million, which is the full amount based on a 6.25% discount rate. Finally, operating expenditures are projected to increase 4% over the current fiscal year. Next slide, please.
So, Glorianne, is this the first year of the long-range financial plan?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
This graph is just, it shows property tax revenue since 2008. Next slide, please. In this graph, the orange line represents revenue. The blue column is expenditures. The increase in 2021 projected, you can see is primarily, the increase in expenditures is primarily due to two factors. The first is the full contributions to the pension OPEB trust, totaling $1.9 million, and an increase in the strike team overtime expenditures to $2.1 million. Next slide, please. This graph shows reserve growth since 2015. The yellow bar is the general fund unrestricted reserves. The blue bar is the capital projects fund reserves. The orange section is restricted pension trust funds. And the gray piece is the OPEB trust funds. Next slide, please. So the budget is built around authorized positions. So the budget is currently built around 77.6 authorized positions, which are the exact same authorized positions as the current fiscal year. Next slide, please. The draft budget includes funding for 57 safety positions using the existing salary schedule. And Chief, I think you wanted to add additional information here.
I did, thank you. So just to note that the budget includes staffing for 57 safety members. We currently have 5 vacancies. We do not have a plan to fill those vacancies in the current moment. And our constant staffing level of 51, which is 17 per day. So no overhires or vacation reliefs. We are not currently planning on filling those. That means there will be a savings in planned pay and benefits for members and an increase in overtime to fill the vacancies that the vacation relief folks would have filled. But it's worth noting that our overtime rate is lower than a fully burdened member to the order of about 25% cheaper. So that while there will be an increase in overtime and a decrease in salary and benefits from what we are currently projecting based on the authorized strength of 57, that will be a net, small, but a net increase in available funds in the unrestricted reserve by the end of the year.
And how do our employees feel about this?
This has been developed this is a collaborative approach that best fits our current environment. Sir.
Is the reason they're not being filled because they're not available?
Partially, sir. I mean, there's a challenge that there's certainly some legacy issue or reasons why the safety roster was increased to 57. This is not a great time to compete for firefighters because everybody is hiring. We've established over the last year or so as we've stabilized and we've been able to experiment with what are the impacts of a very busy fire season, the impacts in the off season, and really landed at constant staffing being a good fit for our deployment model. And combined with the fact that it's not a great time to go out and seek that scarce commodity of firefighter paramedics, it made it a pretty easy decision from my perspective to allow us to float to constant staffing.
How many of those positions were for retirement?
We've had, one, obviously Janet, who recently retired.
Right.
We had, 2 the year before. So there've been very few departures.
Okay.
Next slide, please.
Many of the district's expenditures are required based on contractual, operational, or legal requirements. Non-discretionary expenditures are detailed on the slide and total $24.1 million. Next slide, please. Some expenditures are not mandatory, however, they represent a continuation of effort. These expenditures are listed on this slide. And we will be asking for board direction at the end in 2 more slides. And so then this is one of the areas is in this discretionary continuation of effort thought process. Next slide, please. The draft budget includes the capital projects listed on this slide, which total $451,000. The draft budget does not include any money for the Station 41 administration rebuild project or for the upgrade of Station 45 pending board direction. Next slide, please. So this is the final slide. Board direction is requested regarding the draft budget, which will be brought back at the next board meeting. Specifically, we request direction regarding available property tax revenue, the discretionary expenditure budget, Station 41 administration, capital projects, as well as any other direction regarding the draft budget that the board would like to give. This concludes the presentation.
Thank you. So I guess we should, now that we've had this, we should open it up to public comment because they're often the first ones to go.
We do not have any hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment.
Okay. So since it's a workshop, I'm not going to close the public comment, but does the board have any questions or comments?
I do. I have a question about the capital projects fund. I don't know if you can bring the slide back up for people to see, but just a little more explanation on the chipper and truck, basically everything on there.
Yeah, I agree.
Marsha, could you go back to that, please? Thank you. So directors, from the top, in the current year, as you may recall, you authorized leasing a truck and chipper. So we're leasing at approximately $10,000 a month, a capital item with a multi-year lifespan that we could buy outright for the cost of 2 years worth of leasing. If it is the board's pleasure that we continue the program, that's certainly my recommendation. Purchasing the truck and chipper makes good financial sense. If and or when there comes a time that we depart that space, they can be sold to recoup much of the initial outlay. With regard to the next item, the next two really, the life packs and the oxygen fill station that's associated with our ALS care provision. Those do have a service life. New ones do come available, and keeping our frontline equipment in excellent shape. That's just not a piece of equipment that we can really afford to have a failure on. The oxygen generator and fill station required for, once again, for our ALS delivery. Line 4, the capital outlay utility pickup truck. Our pickups have served us well. The ones that we have, both in district, but primarily is out of district, providing our members with reliable and uniform vehicles. The alternative really is to rent. Renting comes with 2 challenges, well, 3 really, if you consider the financial element. From an operational standpoint, the first one is simply their availability. as particularly as the economy comes back to life, increase in demand for four-wheel drive utility trucks from, of all things, oil exploration and development has put a pretty significant drag on the availability of those trucks. And then fire season, as we see massive fires and the inflow of resources from out of the area and out of the state, available four-wheel drive utility pickup trucks go fast and can become very hard to come by, and put us in the challenge of trying to source something that may not be appropriate for the environment they're operating in. The sort of the quote unquote, the airport rental car, even if it's four-wheel drive, is often not appropriate for fire line service. It is certainly my intent that we will continue to participate in out-of-county deployments at the increased level that we have over the last couple of years for three reasons. One, we gain experience, and this is probably the most important, that our members are out learning about mega fires on other people's fire. So when we have that once in a career large fire here, for many of our members, that will not be the first time they've seen a fast moving large scale fire, because they will have experienced it firsthand while they're out and about. And when they're out getting that valuable experience and the training and progressing through the CICCS qualification system, they're doing so in a manner that OES reimburses for, not only for their time and for the vehicle, but also our admin rate, which is turned out to be a relatively lucrative profit center for us, at least last year. The vehicles, when we send a member out in a district vehicle, we're reimbursed at approximately $105 a day for those vehicles. So the cost of the vehicle over time, we recoup that, as well as for our operations in district, particularly our prescribed fire when we're working, executing broadcast burning, as we did up at Wagner and along Wildcat Canyon and Campo Ridge and on Painted Rock. Having those utilities, the ability to move people around, the ability to move the skid pump and the TerraTorch around, those utilities are very valuable. And my assessment is we could put another one to good use. So that's the explanation there. The 43 Hearst extrication tools. Extrication tools are one of those things that evolve. For those of you, Director Donner specifically, who remember the original jaws of life, the size and the mobility, especially as we move to the e-hydraulics with the battery powered, it is a completely different animal. They're smaller, they're more agile. They have all of the same utility, if not more, but in a much smaller package. So replacing that on Engine 43, which is a rescue rig and runs on the freeway regularly. I don't think I'm explaining anything new to any of the members of the public or the board who have either Pulse Point or Tablet Command, that it takes about 2 drops of water for all hell to break loose on Highway 24. And those tools get quite a bit of use up there. This next item, Station 44 landscaping. I don't think it is lost on anyone. It certainly hasn't been lost on the members of the public who have pointed out to me that landscaping at Station 44 does not meet our own fire code requirements. We have a couple of options there. One is to have the members go out and do some amateur landscaping. We certainly can do that. Folks that can cut fire line can move around the landscaping if we had to. But in my estimation, it'd be right to do it once and do it right and have it professionally done. And also, given how visible that station is, have that serve as an example of what a fire code compliant landscape looks like. Station 44 is also coming up on time for some preventive maintenance with regard to keeping the trim painted. That's where a couple of gallons paint now will save us some major work down the road, and recommended as part of our preventive maintenance program. And then the last one, the treadmill and the elliptical machine to Station 44 are reaching the end of their service life. And it's about time to replace them. Be happy to answer any questions on capital projects.
The last three, why would those not be maintenance, operational expense?
I would have to defer to Glorianne on that one, sir.
What?
18 doesn't sound like a capital project to me.
No.
Do we?
The policy regards capitalization.
Yeah.
Expense maintenance.
Right. Yes, district does have a capital policy. So our threshold is $5,000 and above for the item to capitalize. So Station 44 landscaping, my understanding is that was going to be a major, more significant project that will last. So I think that is why it ended up in capital. The painting and the treadmill and so forth, that could get moved to the general fund if we want to do that.
We do have one hand raised.
Okay,
I'm unmuting Mark.
is this the same Mark we had before?
Correct.
Hi, Mark.
Hello, good evening, directors. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I'm not going to disagree with the chief because you guys hired him to do a job and we believe that he can do that job. So we're going to support that decision. However, we do believe that some of these projects and some of these items could possibly be deferred until negotiations are concluded. I guess that's all we have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members have questions?
Well, we are going to give some direction today, but I mean, this process is going to continue next month, so I don't think we're making any final decisions tonight on any of these. So, and I personally don't have any problems with any of these myself right now.
I don't either. They all seem, well.
Chief, on the chipper truck, we've had that under lease for about what, a year?
I believe we're at 7 or 8 months, sir. We're coming up on the end of a planned 9-month lease.
So do we have it? Is this an option, a lease with an option to buy?
No, sir. It's just a lease. They did not offer a leased option to buy without a commitment to buy it.
Okay.
Can we just buy it used?
I'm sure we can negotiate something with them, sir. This is, but we before we head down the road, we did want to have a sense of the board's direction with regard to the comfort level of purchasing the equipment. We're also, should that happen, we're also looking at things that would be more efficient, specifically a chipper that's designed for push versus pull for which we can use machinery to load it, which would increase the efficiency of the chipping crew. So we spend less time, we find we spend an awful lot of time extricating sticks from poorly built piles. And with being able to mechanically handle it, we could increase the efficiency. And that is literally a case where we could do more with not less, but more with the same number of people.
Great.
Are any of the items on here sensitive with regards to actually where there's a time period to buy? In other words, you have to place an order 6 months out, 3 months out, or is it available?
The pickup truck, because we buy off the GSA schedule, sir, on the state contract, there's a lag time on those. I mean, with all of these things, they're items 1, 2, 3. Really, all the ones that begin with capital, chipper through capital. All of those are relatively specialized, and there is some time, but none of them are particularly time sensitive, month over month or quarter over quarter. So if there were a decision or a sense that we wanted to delay it for a quarter or for 6 months, that it doesn't particularly affect our ability to access them.
Okay.
Chief, on station 44, I drive by there all the time too. And are you talking about, pruning up the trees, 6 feet to adhere to our regulations? Is that what this is about? Like,
no, so the trees, with the exception of the one that's within 6 feet measured vertically from the roof on over the exercise room that we'll have addressed here any day now. The trees are generally compliant there. It has more to do with the ground cover, the encroaching brush, and the opportunity to put in some fire resistant, drought tolerant, which is harder to do both of those than you would think, landscaping that could also serve as not only protect the station while complying with the fire code, but could serve as an example for folks passing by about what right looks like. It is, I think it's less than ideal that perhaps our most visible station it does not match the ideal that we would hope for throughout the district.
Do our other stations meet our own code?
42 does not, sir, but it's a much more resolvable problem. That 43, 44, or sorry, 43, 41, and 45 have the advantage of primarily being surrounded by either aggregate or concrete.
Seems to me we ought to meet our own code.
Yes, sir, we will. It just, but it can be done artfully or it can be done rather bluntly. One way or another, we will be in compliance with the code.
Yeah, as far as the maybe having some some firescaping or low water usage landscaping done, I think I might be able to put out the word to some of my my gardening friends, and some of the local gardening groups in Moraga-Orinda might be interested in taking this on as a project for themselves. So maybe we can get the word out to get some assistance to do this as well.
It's a good idea.
Chief, you were saying that none of this is pressing though, is that correct?
Yeah, well, the life packs are, yes, sir. Beyond that, and I would say the life packs and the extrication tools, the stuff we have works. The extrication tools are better, and there's an operational component to that, particularly as it has to do with, as you know, 24 is a dangerous place. And anything we can do to increase our speed and reduce the amount of inward focus that is going into moving and operating the tools increases the external focus, which I think is critical there. So of these, I would say that the ones that are critical are the life packs and the extrication tools.
Okay, so life pack and the extrication, we could keep that going. If we were to defer on everything else for a month or two with, negotiations in mind, that wouldn't delay anything. Is that correct?
No, sir, but I defer to that from a point of execution. No, it would not affect anything. However, this is an annual budget, and so I certainly would not recommend passing a budget in June that we intended to modify in August.
Okay, thank you.
And is the alternative for the truck to rent versus buy? It's not just a buy or nothing, because if we have nothing, then we don't have a chipper program, right?
Are you talking about the first item, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. If the board's direction is not to make the capital acquisition, we could do what we did last year, which was to put the $10,000 a month towards leasing. As I said, I don't think that meets the threshold of smart use of the money, given that we're in a 2-year period. We're paying to lease what it would have cost to buy something in which a 10-year service life is certainly within the question.
Okay.
Chief, how much longer do we have on the chipper truck lease?
Jeff would give me, I think we've got about a month and a half left.
And is it possible to extend it month by month, or do we have to sign a 6 or?
No, sir. We could turn it in at any point and we could extend it, because they will happily keep taking our check.
But we just got, okay. Yep.
The items that you mentioned, the life pack and the extraction tools, would it be better to authorize that to be done now rather than waiting till July or June to order those?
It could go either way, sir. It's, as I said, it's not, if we didn't have them, if the ones we had were broken, I would have already bought them, and I would be informing the board after the fact of letting you know that I bought them, because there's an operational component. So while it certainly wouldn't hurt to order them earlier, it's not that pressing between now and 1 July.
Okay.
But we also have a surplus in this year's budget, at least we're anticipating that.
Yes, sir. And at the end of the day, sir, it's the same It's the same money. It's either, it's not like 1 year's budget disappears and goes somewhere else.
Believe me,
I know I'm not intending to lecture you on that, sir. More to say that either way, it would be just fine.
Right. Also, this is $300,000 worth of budgets out of a $27 million budget. That's another way to think about it.
Yes, sir. We spent some time refining the list and identifying the priorities, and endeavored to just bring the priorities to the board, and anything that was not a priority was deferred.
Okay, any more comments?
I would like to just take a look at the previous slide. Yes, that one. I'm aware of, I'd like to talk just about a couple of these items here. So emergency preparedness CERT program, I'm certainly well aware of the program. Now that number that's there, is that MOFD's contribution to the program only? I mean, I know that Lafayette participates in this program. Do they have a similar budget?
Gloria could give the exact number. I believe Lafayette gives us $9,000 a year for the program. So it's a nominal amount.
$9,000. Wow. That's okay.
Should we hold out our hand a little harder than that? I mean,
I would be just interested. I mean, I know the program. I've participated in it. I'm certified. I'd like to know a little bit about. I mean, I know the people who teach the program are volunteers. I'd just like to hear a little about what that $277,000 buys us. What do we get for that?
Dennis Ranser. There's
got it.
There's other things that go in that as well, but that's Dennis is the largest line item there.
Okay. Okay, I was missing that. All right, that makes sense now. Okay.
Well, and he does a lot more than just. I mean, the emergency preparedness is all of our evacuation plans and all that stuff. I mean, it's.
Yes, sir. Dennis covers an awful lot of ground for a part-time employee.
Our burning programs, all that stuff.
Yes, sir. If we had about 4 more of them, I would never come to work.
Okay, now that makes it clear why that number is what it is. And I do note that we have exercise equipment on this list, and then we have the treadmill, elliptical on the other list.
Yes, sir. The items in this list are less than $5,000 each, so that the others were broken out because of their expense for the single item.
Okay.
It's a weird way to think about it.
Got it.
Okay.
Can you just tell me what it's a hat badge?
On the Class A uniform hat, in fact, I can pull mine out. On the Class A uniform hat, it includes a badge. You can see here on mine. The challenge we have is that the Edelweiss, the style that the district historically used, is not available, and the district is obligated to provide those. And so we can either spend an awful lot of time and money trying to recreate the die that was used to make that one, which I will add does look like a slightly limp alpine flower. And instead, we can transition into a much more standardized badge made by a local purveyor. We can issue everyone a hat badge one time, and then we will be done with that. And every time we have a new employee, we'll go back to that local supplier and we tell them we need one more. And currently, we don't have a solution to the hat badges, which the district provides.
Okay, understood. All right. That's all I wanted. That's all I had.
The only thing I noticed in some of the details that you sent out was we spend, north of $1,000 a year per station for gutter cleaning. And while we're thinking of capital expenditures, we might want to put gutter guards on them, which we recommend to homeowners to do. They have between a 1 and 2 year payback.
Yes, sir. We sent you an email on that. We're working on quotes on that right now, sir.
And it keeps people from having to climb up there all the time, which is a safety issue. Great. Any other comments from anybody? Otherwise, we'll move on. Do you have the appropriate direction that you're looking for? Or?
If we could go to the next slide, sir. And if the discussion will carry over, I'm unclear on this one beyond the monitors and the execution tools.
I think what I heard was we're going to discuss this next time.
Yes, sir.
I think is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, on to the next one. End of the public workshop. Thank you, everybody. So the next thing, we're going to close the public workshop, and now we go on to the regular agenda item. Oop, I think we're missing one. Item 9.4. The City of Orinda chipping program.
Give me a second, sir. I'm turning pages. Good evening, directors. As a result of increased public awareness following the major fires of the last 3 years, MOFD has been aggressively working with the community to decrease the risk of wildfire. In addition to outreach, education, and enforcement, the district has been offering free community chipping. The response to this service has been overwhelming. In 2020, Orinda voters passed Measure R, with a portion of the funds being allocated to fire risk reduction. In light of the popularity of the community chipping program, the City of Orinda wishes to expand this program. And the proposal for the board tonight is, given MOFD's experience with scheduling and coordinating community chipping, in an attempt to reduce duplication of services, staff is engaged in planning with the City of Orinda to offer additional community chipping with Measure R funds. The City of Orinda is in the process of purchasing a chipper and a truck with an estimated delivery later this spring. Staff is engaged in discussion regarding the provision of a 2-person crew at City of Orinda expense, with the following options being reviewed for the provision of labor. First, was to hire 2 additional MOFD fuel mitigation specialists. I should note that this came, that's a little bit of a legacy item, is that when we initially began this discussion back in November, we had a robust staff internally and a very healthy list. Our current staff, or our current at that time staff, has since left to pursue other employment opportunities. And as we went through our old list and formed a new list, we rapidly discovered we were competing for labor with other entities that were perceived as either more prestigious or offered a step up along the pathway to becoming hired. Second option would be that MOFD contract for third-party staffing, similar to manner what the board approved in the RFP at the special meeting earlier this month. Third option would be City of Orinda provide staffing either via an existing contract with MCE or via a third party. The City of Orinda will be responsible for all costs associated with the chipping service, and is recommended that MOFD not charge an overhead or administrative fee. Use of the crew and equipment will be limited to the City of Orinda, and the district will submit quarterly performance reports to the city. The attached draft contract was reviewed by the Orinda City Council on 13 April 2021 as item F.10. If the board's direction is to pursue staffing option 3 listed above, section 1.3 attachment A and section G will require amendment. And recommendation, I met with the new city manager about this yesterday. This is evolving fast. Obviously, as before, there's a challenge of when to present something to the board and how fully fleshed out it is. The proposal for the board, what I'm seeking from the board, is direction with regard to pursuing this program at all. And if so, if the board is comfortable providing me with the flexibility to pursue, I think there's 2 viable options, given that our challenge with hiring and retaining fuel mitigation specialists. And those 2 options would either be that MOFD contracts with a third party vendor, and then those costs are passed on to the City of Orinda, or the City of Orinda contracts with a vendor, either or MCE or a different vendor, and provides the labor that we then coordinate. I'm confident that our existing program, both the mechanism for signing up for chipping, the scheduling and supervision, that Gordon Graham is adept at that. And while this will come at a cost measured in staff time, there will be some other things that he won't be able to do. The value to the community and the avoiding the duplication of services as 2 competing chipping programs operate in the same space make that worthwhile. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have, or provide clarification or any public comment, obviously.
I guess first I should open this for public comment. Marcia, do we have anybody that's,
We have one hand raised. I'm unmuting Jonathan Goodwin.
okay? Jonathan?
Good evening. Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that just the districts, not quite sure how to say this, the resources of the district are being funneled this way so that resources are going to this project that wouldn't go to other things, and the project is only available to people in Orinda. I don't have a solution for this, but maybe, you guys are pretty smart. Maybe you can reconcile that. It just makes me uncomfortable, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, any other public comment?
We do not have any other hands raised, and we've not received written public comment.
Okay, so I'll close the public comment. Any board comments?
Just to address what the speaker Jonathan just said. I mean, what I'm hearing from the chief in the presentation is that staff, whatever staff means, for our staff, which is evolving because of people that we've recently lost. But I'm hearing the chief, and chief, correct me if I'm mistaken, but I'm hearing you say that our existing staff can handle the scheduling and everything involved with the chipping service in Orinda, with, within the current workloads.
Yes, sir. I'd be clear though, that with this program, as with any other program, be it fire hydrants or painting of road signs or anything else, everything that people are assigned to means there are other things they don't do. In this case, though, my assessment is that's a nominal increase in workload because the systems that are established, and to be clear, running a community chipping program is not as simple as just showing up and chipping it. There is front and back end work that's required, but I think our system is pretty good and it's gotten quite a bit better. And between primarily Mona and Gordon, they've done a very good job of streamlining the scheduling and execution. And so while there will be a tax, I think that tax will be minimal. But also be clear that I believe there will be a tax if the city of Orinda is running an independent chipping program in the same space we are, and there'll be a tax of deconfliction. And as residents, we struggle to get residents' attention on lots of things. I shudder to think of what our success rate will be on getting residents to understand that there's both MOFD and a City of Orinda chipping program and getting them signed up for the right one.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to be, I mean, I assume that would the request for the chipper, for use of the chipper, they'll come to us. They're not going to funnel through the City of Orinda, right?
No, sir, that was the proposal. We would handle the full life cycle of the chipping process.
So are you going to have to like designate which chipper? I mean, I know that the Orinda chipper is only going to chip for Orinda residents. So is there going to have to be a tracking, right? Of who, I'm just trying to, I want to make sure that the MOFD resources go to the entire community. So I don't know how it's going to be split up. When someone calls or puts in a request for chipping, they're not going to say, I live in Orinda, but how is it going to be prioritized to use either the City of Orinda chipper or MOFD chipper? How's that going to be? I'm just kind of trying to address what might make Jonathan, saying he's uncomfortable. I'm just thinking out loud myself. How are they going to be able to differentiate, whose chipper it is in Orinda? I mean, how does that work?
Yes, sir. You have chipper 1, chipper 2. Chipper 2 is the City of Orinda chipper that's only assigned to projects in the City of Orinda. Chipper 1, or the one that's not the City of Orinda, is assigned using the same methodology we do now.
Okay.
I know the city of Orinda is concerned that they want to make sure they still get their half, kind of thing, right? Their proportion, whatever that happens to be, of the MOFD chipping, and that theirs is theirs is in addition to that. But I can imagine that the scheduling, as I think you said, Chief, it's going to be easier to have one person schedule all of it, because otherwise you have to schedule the conflicts to some extent, and you also have to worry about, the public's hard enough to educate in the first place. It's hard, getting two different phone numbers and two different philosophies and whatever would be much more confusing to the public than having one number to call and having somebody, Gordon, understanding how to divide it appropriately.
Are the requirements for using the City of Orinda chipper and the MOFD chipper the same?
They're identical. Yes, sir.
Identical. Okay.
More questions?
Yeah, Chief, this is Director Donner. I know last year we suspended the chipping program to go into enforcement and compliance. Is that still going to be the case with our limited resources this summer?
MOFD staff will not be chipping as we move into enforcement season, which is unchanged from last year, with the exception that it starts 2 weeks earlier. The contract services that the board approved earlier this month, that will run program will run until the money is spent. And that will probably, or very likely at this point, pass over well into June. So the MOFD chipper would be operating through probably the end of June, depending on when we start.
And then how is the chipper backlog now? Are we scheduled 3 weeks out in advance, or?
The chipper, I'll let Jeff jump in if he has that on the tip of his tongue. It's not as bad as it has been, mostly because the word is out that the chipper is not in service. So the chipper, it turns out, is an excellent billboard for the chipping service. And as the chipper gets out and about, and as the word spreads, at least what we saw in previous years, the demand for the service grew rapidly as people figured out it was available. And this year, since it has not been available, I don't think the backlog is particularly bad at this moment.
And you don't see any negative impact to our personnel and us doing our job in the district by taking on Orinda's chipping program?
No, sir. I think this is a good use of the resources, and the efficiency of running a single program that's currently established, I think is, it's hard to overstate the value of harnessing that efficiency and putting an additional chipper in service within the same system we've developed.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, Director Bates here. It says in here, not to charge an overhead or administrative fee.
Yes, sir.
Why would we not charge an administrative fee?
We certainly could, sir. This was offered in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration with Orinda.
Right. So these are services that will only be used in Orinda, but the Moraga-Orinda Fire Department covers all of Moraga and Orinda. So if our staff's going to be doing something only for Orinda, we should charge for that.
Well, we just got a $450,000 administrative fee for services that only happened in Orinda, and we put it into the general budget. We could use that.
And the chief did say that he didn't believe it would create an undue burden on our staff to be able to schedule the chipping. So, I mean, I assume that if it does become a burden, if there are too many issues, there is an out for us, right? to get out of this.
Yes, sir. There's severability.
Yeah. Okay.
It seems to me it's a no-brainer. You're doubling the chipping service that's desperately needed and demanded by the community at large at no cost to the district, other than coordinating, which basically eliminates the confusion, and which to me would be ridiculous in the community, and how do you explain which chipper is going where?
I think the PR possibilities are incredible. I think the goodwill that's been generated by our chipping program has been tremendous. Our meaning MOFD's chipping program.
I agree.
I don't think that, other than having an amazing chief, I don't think there's anything else we can do to that it be more positive than that.
Well, I recommend we proceed with it.
Do I hear a motion?
I so move.
I'll second.
Okay, Marcia?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, the measure passes unanimously. That's great. Okay, on to, let's see. The regular agenda item 9.5, accept the CAL FIRE Diablo Fire Safe Council fuel reduction project grant in the amount of $50,000 and authorize general fund revenue and expenditure budget adjustments increases in the amount of $50,000.
And directors, before I start, just to make sure that this isn't lost in the language here, to be perfectly clear, this is a mea culpa that with good intent, I inadvertently accepted a grant, which I'm not authorized to do. And this is me after the fact asking your forgiveness, because the circumstances under which we thought we were accepting the grant were not what they turned out to be. It doesn't have a fiscal impact, but it does require the board to consider a budget adjustment. And I also think it calls out an item which we'll address at the bottom. I will also say, before I get into this, that the speed at which we moved at those grants that you may recall being briefed on back in February and March, it was necessary to move at that speed to get them. Our ability to move at that speed is why we got them. But when we move at that speed, things like this happen from time to time. But with that, I'm responsible for it, and I'm here to ask for you to accept my apology and to correct the error of my making. In early February 2021, Moraga-Orinda Fire District was contacted by CAL FIRE, Santa Clara Unit, and the Diablo Fire Safe Council regarding 2 short notice fuel reduction projects. The Diablo Fire Safe Council was working on expending remaining funds from a CAL FIRE grant due to expire in March of 2021. Due to the pandemic, the Diablo Fire Safe Council could not expend allocated funds on public education as identified in their grant. CAL FIRE allowed the Diablo Fire Safe Council to use money allocated for public education to conduct fuel reduction work along evacuation routes in SRA, LRA, and WUI areas. MOFD, with the assistance of local Firewise neighborhoods, identified, coordinated, and scheduled contractors for this work. While MOFD coordinated the work, payment was made directly from the Diablo Fire Safe Council to the chipping contractors. As a result, funds did not pass through the district and no board action was required. In late February 2021, approximately 5 days after the first grant was notified, MOFD was notified of the availability of CAL FIRE SCU project funds for work in the SRA. $50,000 was used to begin a fuel break along Pinehurst Road near the community of Canyon. The fuel break work was followed by pile burning to reduce collected fuel and set the stage for future understory broadcast burning between the tracks and Pinehurst east of driveway 24. At the time of notification, staff believed these funds would also be paid directly to the contractors and not pass through MOFD. In April 2021, staff was informed that the funds must pass through MOFD to the contractors per state procurement regulations. Per MOFD policy, the MOFD board must approve the acceptance of these funds. In this case, board approval was not sought due to the compressed timeline and the mistaken understanding that funds would not pass through MOFD. There is no match for these funds, and CAL FIRE will reimburse MOFD for all costs associated with this project. Note that discuss, deliberate, and we recommend accepting the mitigation grant. I would also be interested in the board's direction if the board would be interested in entertaining a future modification of the grant policy, which would my purchasing authority is up to $100,000. And I would suggest for the board's consideration that we expand the purchasing authority to fuel reduction grants for services. So not for personnel and not for purchasing capital items that would require future maintenance, which appropriately should come to the board, but giving me the authority to accept no match fuel reduction grants for services would increase our flexibility and our agility as we continue to see, particularly late in the year and particularly late in next year, when we start to see the aftermath of the significant increase in in fuel reduction grants that's floating around. And Marcia, if you could show the slides of the project site, that would be helpful if we have this. Give the board an idea of what we're asking or what was done with this money.
It'll take me a moment to pull up from the staff report.
Oh, never mind. Well, disregard then. Sorry.
Okay.
So if 9.5 alpha, if directors were able to look, it shows some before and after. And if anyone's able to drive out to the end of Canyon and take a right, as you look at the shoulder on your right to the north, it's immediately obvious where the work began and ended based on visibility in the understory.
So I guess we have to ask for a public comment about that.
We have one hand raised. I'm unmuting Jonathan Goodwin.
Jonathan?
Yeah, it takes me a moment to unmute myself because I have to do that as well. Good evening again. So I want to thank the district for this work done out here, which not where I would have liked to seen it done, but couldn't hurt. A question for the chief. Because the money passed through the fire district, wouldn't that entitle the district to 15% admin cut?
No, sir, not on this project. And to be clear, no money is passed to the district because the district hasn't accepted the grant.
If no money's passed through the district, then why do you need the vote?
To authorize the money to pass to the district.
So my question is, since it's passing through the district, is that is the district not entitled to an administrative fee?
My answer is still no, it is not.
Okay.
Okay. Any other public comment?
We do not have any other hands raised or received written public comment.
Any board comments or discussion?
Chief, I had a question about your wanting the ability to, increase the grant that you can accept without approval. How much? What I'm trying to think. How am I going to say this? What's the amount toward the end of the season that comes about with the no match? You're asking for approval for up to $100,000. Do you see that a lot, or is it a lot less than $100,000?
I mean, between the two of them, it was more like 130 this year on those two. That was in about a week's notice. Of that, only 50 passed to the district. The other, we always seek to structure it where the payment goes directly from the grantor to the contractor, so we don't touch it. But it 100% depends. That we jokingly refer to it as grant dust, but as projects reach the end of their life cycle, very few projects go to the actual dollar amount. I do give quite a bit of credit to Glorianne and to Jeff and Jim Call before. Jeff, who in the North Orinda Shaded Field Break as an example, we spent every last penny, and that's not easy to do, and most projects don't do that. And so by the time you aggregate up all the remaining funds, it can be real money. But so with regard to the amount, this year we saw 130 in about a week and a half. The year before it was more like a series of $5,000 ones that we were able to hoover up. So it very much depends on the year, and certainly. That I picked that number because that matches my purchasing authority, and that there was a logic to matching them. But currently, I don't have the authority to accept any grants. So anything would increase our agility. It's certainly not required. It's not going to. The only thing it does is either create the need for additional short notice board meetings, which is certainly okay, or reduce our agility with regard to our ability to accept short notice no match money.
And just for clarification, the no match grants, zero out of pocket for MOFD?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any more comments, questions, deliberation?
I just want, if we were to give you that authority, that would have to be a separate agenda item like next month?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, this is not for tonight. There's nothing to vote on tonight. That before I were to bring that back, I would like to have some idea of how you would vote on it, sir.
Okay.
Well, if there isn't any other comment, I'll comment. two things. In the heat of the moment, I'm glad you said yes, and at least we got the work done. And we got our community got $50,000 worth of stuff that was free money from the state. So thank you. I know that wasn't intentional, and so I think we should slap you on the wrist and say thank you. It would be my 2 bits worth. And as far as being able to accept things that don't have strings or ongoing commitments, et cetera, which is what you described, if you want to bring back a proposal that looks like that, that would be fine with me personally.
I agree. It seems to me it simplifies, and the ability to respond in a quick, nothing the board's at risk at. I would think that would be very favorable to look and do that next time.
I think you would describe the idea that we were able to respond quickly was one of the reasons we got the money. And I don't think we want to restrict that capability. We want to enhance that, if anything.
Yes, sir. We have, the staff's done quite a bit of work that has resulted in us having a well-earned reputation for being able to rapidly execute things with meaningful projects. And so it has become as simple on some of these that Jeff or I get a phone call or text money saying, can you take XX dollars in now? And there is a simplicity to us being able to say yes.
Any other people have a comment on whether that sounds interesting for the chief to spend the time to prepare a proposal?
Yes, definitely. I would be in favor of it.
I would also.
So do we need
well, so we're going to bring it back next. Well, so I guess we have to, we should ask for an approval of the $50,000 that, allowing him to accept the grant and run the money through our system, which is because we get reimbursed anyway. So we need to do that tonight, but we also need to give him just direction on the fact that it sounds like you got it, that you would we would be receptive to a proposal when you bring it back next time.
I move we approve 9.5.
I'll second that.
Okay, Marcia?
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. And let's see, now we're on to 9.6, approve the Community Wildfire Protections Plan, the CWPP, as we've learned to know and love it.
Good evening, directors. In December 2020, staff presented the MOFD board with the draft CWPP document for review. In January and February 21, staff provided 3 community presentations for Orinda, Moraga, and Canyon Bollinger. These presentations are available at the links listed below. The presentations were held to explain the draft CWPP in order to inform public input and participation. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. On February 23rd, the district held a stakeholder meeting with the following agencies and entities participating. I will note that of the entities that were invited and did not attend, Caltrans stands out as the lone exception. Participating agencies acknowledge the requirement to maintain their property and specific fuel mitigation elements of the fire code, which apply to the perimeters of large undeveloped parcels bordering developed parcels. The participating agencies determined there was not a need for additional meetings. Following the meeting, MOFD developed fuel mitigation prioritization maps displaying fire threat to both lives in homes and lives on evacuation routes. These maps are included 5-acre pixel resolution in the appendix on pages 71 and 72. And the maps were used to validate and expand the prioritized list of projects included in section 5.9. Public comment received during the 3 presentations and via the MOFD website were reviewed and incorporated into the draft CWPP. These comments are attached below for review as needed. Public comment form remained accessible and an update was provided at the March 2021 public workshop. At this workshop, no additional comments were received and the board did not direct changes. The draft CWPP is being brought to the board for a hearing and a vote to adopt. If adopted, it will be presented to the County Board of Supervisors and CAL FIRE SCU. Upon their adoption and approval, the CWPP will go into effect. And I would note as well that the process has turned out to be far more beneficial than I realized it was going to be at the outset, particularly the stakeholder meeting. With our compliments to Jonathan Goodwin, who I think who is still with us, who provided quite a bit of useful input based on his experience developing the previous CWPP, which helped shape the stakeholder workshop. And the outputs of the stakeholder workshop and the consensus that was reached there are now being used to inform what is about to be. It's currently outreach and education, and it is very quickly going to become enforcement as we look at those large agencies that have significant fire and fuel reduction obligations that are clearly spelled out in the fire code. So it has been there's both a planning process and then which will help guide our work in out years. And there's been a tangible increase and positive impact in the current year, which was not something I anticipated. So we found this to be a good process through which we've learned quite a bit, and I think has provided not only a roadmap but a useful tool for the current year that will make us more effective and efficient in our ongoing efforts to reduce the community's risk to loss from uncontrolled wildfire.
Good job.
Good job. And I think it's also being used, some of the, the prioritization maps and things are also going to hopefully be used by the city of Orinda when they're thinking about how to prioritize the spending of their money also. And I know they appreciate that input. So I guess we should open this for community input, public input.
We have one hand raised. I'm unmuting Jonathan Goodwin.
Hello again, Jonathan.
There we go. Hello again. Yes, Chief is right. I am still with us, just barely. One thing about the previous item I wanted to mention, I don't think there is a Pinehurst Road in Orinda, as it says in the caption of the photo, but just to clear up that little point. What I was going to say was that the CWPP, as you as you may recall from hearing this months ago from the fire chief, it grew out of a document called the Healthy Forest Restoration Act. And when they created this, they weren't thinking of Orinda and they weren't thinking of Canyon. They were thinking about forests and communities who live surrounded by or proximate to the national forest. That was the beginning of this, the genesis of it. And what was originally conceived, which has changed due to bureaucratic necessities, but the original concept was that projects would be vetted, basically discussed by all the stakeholders. So this would include your what do they call them, resource agencies, and your your counties, and your whatever your municipality would be, and your residents. And they would discuss, we'll do this, we don't want to do that, this is important, that isn't important. The point at that time was that they didn't want to throw money into this and then have people get up and throw a monkey wrench into that. And the reason I'm bringing all this up is that really this plan, this template doesn't exactly lend itself to that sort of thing initially, but I am hoping that that idea will not be lost in the future, which is to say, I hope that eventually the district will collaborate more directly with the stakeholders, particularly in this case, the community community writ large, in terms of what sorts of projects and so forth and so on they would like to see. It would be nice, it would be appropriate, not only nice, but appropriate if there was some sort of procedure, some sort of something planned out so that there could be over time collaborative, a collaborative structure to discuss these things and to identify projects. Because the way it works now is, the chief comes up with something and he says, this looks good to me. And everybody says, well, you're the fire chief, and okay, let's go. And that's, certainly a fine place to begin. I would just hope that there will be a subsequent stage where that develops into something more collaborative down the road. And that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, any more, Marcia?
We do not have any more comments.
Okay, so I'll close the public comment period. Any comments from the board?
I just have one comment on the stakeholders. I mean, I see the list and I see county roads there. And I know there's that this is going to have to go to the county board of supervisors and I don't see, maybe county roads was the representative of the supervisors. I just don't see the county supervisors on the list, so.
Candace Anderson's office has been heavily involved in the process since the beginning. Sir.
Gotcha. Good enough. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I guess this is up for approval tonight. So do I hear a motion to regarding this approving the community wildfire protection plan?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, Director Bates. Okay, Marcia.
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Okay, the CWPP has been adopted by us at least. Congratulations, Chief, to you and your team.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, on to the California, item 9.7, California Department of Transportation update. This will be fun.
Just getting it rolled out before I get in the ring, sir. In October 2020, MOFD staff participated in a call with Caltrans Director Tox Omashakin, organized by Assemblymember Beher Kahan and State Senator Glazer. During this call, staff presented longstanding concerns regarding both the roadside conditions on state-owned land along Highway 24 and the apparent failure of Caltrans District 4 to complete mandated planning to reduce the risk of roadside ignitions. As a result of this call, a series of 4 workshops are organized by Caltrans staff from November to March. Along with CAL FIRE SCU, MOFD participated representing the Contra Costa County Fire Chiefs Association. Alameda County Fire Deputy Chief Eric Moore attended on behalf of the Alameda County Fire Chiefs Association. During these workshops, Caltrans presented information on a wide-ranging series of topics, many of which had nothing to do with the purpose of the workshops. As we have done since May 2018, MOFD continued to insist Caltrans complete the planning steps required by their own standards. Specifically, the Caltrans Maintenance Manual, section which is included below from Volume 1, C206.4, the VegCon plan, as well as the memorandum that was included in the prior year fire control plan and the current year that says each district shall prepare a plan for vegetation control by April 1 of this year. Of note, the plan which is attached, and I leave it to the directors and the public to review to note the similarity between the 2020 and the 2021 plan, and note as well that it wasn't published on 1 April. Furthermore, they have yet to prepare a site-specific fire risk plan, which is identified at the top of page 2, the quote there, which must consider fire risk in sufficient detail to reflect changing vegetation types along highway edges, differing adjacent land uses, highway configurations, and annual rainfall impacting expected vegetation growth, which may increase or decrease fire risk in urban interface. In June 2020, after 2 years of fruitless requests to Caltrans staff for a copy of the District 4 Annual Fire Risk Plan, MOFD filed a Public Records Act request in June of 2020. I apologize for saying that twice. The response to this PRA request stated that the fire plan had not been produced in 3 of the last 5 years and that site-specific fire risk plans had never been produced. A review of the fire risk plan determined that it consisted of a series of memos directing fuel reduction steps and local fire authority engagement, which are not occurring. It also directed roadside fuel reduction fire safety precautions, and state fire hazard severity maps were included, which date from 2009, which I don't think meet the standard referenced above, from the fire prevention guidelines. On 8 April 2021, Caltrans provided a draft of the 2021 fire risk plan, which, with the exception of the date on the cover page, is a word-for-word republication of the 2020 plan. A draft VegCon plan was also included, but does not include dates for when the work will be included or amplifying information indicating how work was prioritized, and appears to also be a republication of the prior year plan. In the absence of scheduled dates in the VegCon plan, it is impossible to monitor progress and track efficacy. Previous Public Records Act requests for the results of site surveys to assess the effectiveness of fuel mitigation work have not been provided, and Caltrans does not appear to have a system for assessing or recording roadside conditions. The site-specific fire risk plan, considering fire risk in sufficient detail, et cetera, was to include annual rainfall was again omitted. Engagement with Caltrans District 4 staff suggests the Office of Roadside Management at Caltrans headquarters has never provided a template for such a plan. In the absence of a template, obviously, it is very challenging for the local district to produce it. During the workshop number 4 in March 2021, the acting director of the Office of Roadside Management did not respond when asked for such a template. I will also note he misquoted the VegCon plan, stating that it indicated things were required by 15 April. When I asked him which part of the VegCon plan, he was unable, or which part of the, which part of the vegetation of the maintenance manual, he said it stated these things were due by 15 April. When I asked where it said that, he was unable to provide it. It says 1 April, not 15 April. When further pressed, he cited the 1992 EIR, which is silent with regard to dates. Here we are. Much of the Caltrans roadside fuel reduction falls under the 1992 EIR. This EIR broadly allows fuel mitigation within 10 feet of the roadside. Further, the memo referenced above directs the removal of brush within 9 feet of the roadside. MOFD has consistently requested this work be done through the district and the region. These requests have not been acknowledged or incorporated in District 4's 2021 plan. Meanwhile, roadside conditions continue to occur throughout the region, to include several roadside fires in Oakland and the Altamont Pass in early April 2021. I apologize, that line about the attached map was removed. The Caltrans viewer shows locations where roadside fire starts have occurred, and suffice it to say there are a number of them, to include the one in the district in late June, early July of 2020. The failure of Caltrans to maintain the state-owned land along Highway 24 has created unsafe conditions which threaten our community and increase the risk of uncontrolled wildfire. This was confirmed in July 2020 when a roadside start near the Wildor off-ramp on westbound Highway 24 rapidly spread upslope towards El Toinal, burning onto East Bay Mud watershed in violation of health and safety code sections cited below. As a state agency, Caltrans has asserted that they are not subject to MOFD's fire code. They have further asserted that the Public Resource Code defensible space requirements do not apply to state agencies. As such, MOFD does not appear to have the authority to order Caltrans to abate these unsafe conditions. As we approach 3 years of unsuccessful engagement at the staff level, it's time to contemplate additional courses of action in order to address the ongoing presence of combustive vegetation in the state-owned lands traversing the district, and staff's requesting direction. I should add 2 updates since the time of writing. One, we've received a number of complaints from residents whose homes back up to the state-owned lands with regard to the vegetation that's there present. We've responded, letting them know that we do not have jurisdictional authority over those lands, and directed them to their state level elected officials. The second update, which is relevant, but too early to say if it changes anything. On Friday night, after the packet had been published and released, I received a call from the Caltrans Deputy Director of Maintenance from the Sacramento headquarters, who apologized for Caltrans' failure to be responsive and to live up to their own plans, and pledged an update within the next 2 weeks. That I've had follow-on calls that was precipitated by engagement from Assemblymember Bayer Kahan via the governor's office. And we are hopeful perhaps that this time that's going to result in movement. However, we've had several things that felt like breakthroughs before and ended up right back where we started. So the takeaway from all of this is I will provide an update via direct correspondence at the 2-week mark from last Friday. If anything has changed, it was a good breakthrough, but we have yet to see anything tangible come out of it. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
You've covered up the scars in your forehead from beating it against the wall very well.
Thanks, sir.
Well, how nice that they responded in some fashion, at least.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's positive movement. And
yeah, the Friday call sounds amazing, but we'll find out. So I guess, we should ask if there's public comment on that.
We have one hand raised. I'm unmuting Jonathan Goodwin.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the chief for giving Caltrans credit for changing the name, the dates on their on their documents, that, you know, at least they're paying that much attention. So I have a question. Is not complying with your EIR a CEQA offense? What sort of things involved in all of this would amount to or could be brought to district court?
Well, the EIR governs the maximums, not the minimums. So not doing work does not violate the EIR. Doing work beyond 10 feet would require either a new EIR or use of the CalMap or VTP.
Is there anything in what you've stated that could be brought in a suit?
There's failure to comply with their own standards, but the standards are confusing and convoluted. The assessment of council is that it's unlikely to prevail. What could be brought in a suit is if the presence of those unsafe conditions results in a fire that spreads onto the lands of another. That's a clear violation of state law. And if that fire subsequently spreads and causes loss of either property or life, there absolutely is liability there.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. I mean, it's that it would have to result in loss of property or life to get this going in the right direction. But you know, the CEQA litigation is pretty slippery stuff, and you know, plus they write their own. You know, they're like every other regulatory agency; they write their own rules, and they feel that exempts them from it. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Just to clarify, if I may, though, Jonathan, the CEQA allows for work up to 10 feet, which is all we've been asking they do. Stay within the approved CEQA range, understanding that the significant challenges, particularly at a state level, how challenging it would be to produce a new EIR. I think there's room for that and there's an interest in it, but in the interim, they have the authority to do work to 10 feet under the existing CEQA mandate or under the CEQA allowance, and they have the mandate by their own policies, procedures, and manuals to do that.
I just say also that we're continuing to look at legal options.
And so you say it allows them to do it up to, but isn't their EIR doesn't commit them to do it?
No, the EIR just says what was permissible. It doesn't say what must be done.
Marcia, are there any more public comments?
We do. We have one more hand raised.
Okay.
I am unmuting Dick Olson.
Good evening, Dick. Welcome.
I just unmuted myself. I hope you can hear me.
Yep, so we can hear you.
Okay. Chief, in the materials on this particular item, I believe I noted a comment that the 10 feet only controls then or limits 76% of the fire starts. Am I correct in that recollection?
Yes, sir. From the 2007 memo. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'm just totally baffled by the fact that Caltrans therefore thinks it's totally acceptable that 24% of roadside fire starts will be allowed to extend beyond the roadside into neighboring vegetation where it could potentially rapidly expand into a wildland fire. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Rather, I think it's recklessly hazardous. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If I may, just to prove as always, my violent agreement with your statements, that Caltrans, which does not obviously consider annual rainfall since the plan is the same year over year. On April 3rd, I was on my way out to the district to promote Engineer Kalinian, and I noted on April 3rd, Caltrans was mowing the shoulders to the west, so between the Wilder off-ramp and Orinda, so in that section there. Anyone who drives by, I would encourage you to look on both shoulders where that grass is already regrown to mid-calf height and will probably very soon reach knee height and will require a second mowing. So understanding that Caltrans is resource constrained, just like any other agency in any other business. But when you mow something twice, you now take your limited resources and you cut them in half. And it speaks to the importance of the planning and to the waste of resources that is occurring because of their failure to plan to their own standard.
Thank you.
We do not have any more comments.
You said there are no more?
No more.
Okay, So I'll close the public comment period. Thank you, Jonathan and Dick. So it says board direction to staff. Do you actually want direction?
Yes, sir. I think the question would be whether or not the board has an appetite for moving forward with a resolution that would resolve that the Caltrans has allowed unsafe conditions to exist on the state-owned lands along the roadside, which would set the stage for when there is inevitably a roadside fire as a result of their failure to meet their own standards. It would set the stage for future action.
But you didn't include that today in the packet.
I did not. So we're seeking direction about whether that should be brought.
So is there any downside to bring? It's just to making a resolution that says we think they're bad actors or non-acting actors?
I defer to counsel on that, sir.
Yeah, no, I can't think of a downside at all. And I think, I mean, moreover, I recommended this as a course of action, I guess I should say, the chief has done a great job of working through some pretty turgid material to get to the point where I think we have a pretty clear case that they have not lived up to their own resolutions, that they've not done what they said they're going to do under their own manuals. So, and of course that the chief has, doggedly pursued them, and at every turn, seems to have been thwarted. So I think going on the record, the board going on the record, that would add some weight to this discussion. It sounds like maybe we're moving forward, but this, as Chief says, we've been back and forth on this issue for a long time, and I think this will, frankly, escalate the issue a little bit.
Any comment on that from the other board members?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, their failure to adhere to their own regulations is really an egregious hazard to the public, not only people in Moraga-Orinda, but anyone who travels those roads. And I would be in support of a board resolution that we would present to Caltrans, pointing this out to them and demanding that they take action as stated by the chief.
Maybe we present it to the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I think it's totally appropriate.
Yeah, hopefully they will really come back in 2 weeks, but in 2 weeks they may come back and say we're working on it again. So maybe with a resolution. I know our state representatives, Bauer Cahan and Glazier have been involved in this, but maybe they need a little bit more push to maybe something at the state level. Governor Newsom is certainly concerned. I mean, he's approved considerable amount of funds for fire prevention activities. I don't know if him himself or his staff is aware of this. They probably are. I'm sure that the chief got word to someone up there, but maybe we need, if they don't comply with something here in the next couple of weeks, maybe we can put some pressure on through our state representatives, maybe the state hearings or something to the push it on up to the Caltrans director or the governor's office also. And it sure
and that's another avenue that we're exploring. I've worked with a number of the folks in the governor's office. Interestingly, the guy who's over all of this, somebody who I worked with in San Francisco, and so hopefully we have some paths.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we have, we would look forward to a resolution you could draft up and bring back next time.
Yes, sir. I just point out just a final thought that when this started, I'd been on the job here less than 6 months and I had a reasonably full head of hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad. Okay. So sounds like you got the direction out there. I guess we're on to committee reports. Have we had any committees meet in the last month?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so I guess we can move on from that one. Any public comment on
Sorry.
the committee reports we didn't have? Sorry.
We do not have any hands raised or written public comment.
Okay, so I'll close public comment on that. So Chief, we're on to announcements.
Yes, sir. We'll start with COVID-19, where we have we have nothing to provide as updates with, other than as we saw with the and the quarterly update, Glorianne pointed out, with the increase in ambulance transports, things are coming back to normal. And as things come back to normal, people are having events that cause them to call an ambulance. So we're seeing a return in call volume. We are particularly concerned how that's going to translate into fire season, particularly with the curing of the fuels and people being back out and about and more active, but perhaps not quite ready to travel long distances or go far away, or an aversion to airplanes and other things. So it is shaping up at the local level to have an increased concern when people are out recreating in either the watershed or the parklands, particularly with fuels being cured out this early. With that, I'll turn it over to Glorianne for Human Resources.
So for the Human Resources update, due to the engineer position retirement that occurred last month, the next person on the engineers list was promoted. Andy Kalinian was promoted to engineer effective April 1. The new Human Resources manager has been hired and will start on May 3rd. For the fuels mitigation specialist position, we had a new employee start last week on April 14th. We still have one remaining fuels mitigation specialist vacancy. The recruitment for that vacant position will start in May once the new HR manager is on board. Finally, the captain's promotional process opened on March 1. Applications are due May 30, and the examination will occur on June 4th. This concludes the update.
Great, thank you, Mary. I provide the finance.
1 sec, will you have I'd sure like to welcome the new hires, maybe next meeting, have them attend. And when does the new HR manager begin?
May 3rd, sir.
Oh, so maybe next meeting we can meet them?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I look forward to next meeting. She'll be providing the HR update. I'm sure
Yeah,
we'll
there you
look forward to
go.
that as well.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Finance.
Good evening, directors. I have a brief finance update. Next slide, please. I'll start with the strike team receivable update. Our OES strike team receivable is about $2.5 million. To date, we have received $2.1 million. So our net receivable outstanding is $467,000. Our most recent payment was received on April 15th. And in fact, in April, we received $482,000. So we received quite a big chunk in April. We now have 21 invoices paid and 9 invoices outstanding. Next slide, please. In regards to COVID vaccine clinic reimbursement, we had 9 personnel that staffed COVID vaccine clinics in March for about 97.7 hours. We're going to be reimbursed by FEMA for that, and we submitted the reimbursement request in the amount of $7,000. So between February and March, we have outstanding reimbursement requests with FEMA of $14,000. Interim audit 2021 fieldwork. The auditors will conduct the interim phase of the audit during the week of April 26th, and all the items will be requested and provided online via our auditors portal. Next slide, please. And the last item is in regards to COVID-19 emergency sick pay. We are implementing the COVID-19 emergency sick leave via ADP and Telestaff in our systems, and the hours available will appear on employees' paychecks in accordance with SB 95. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Fire Marshal Isaacs.
Good evening, directors. Fire marshal report, our complaints this year, we've had 34 dead tree complaints, 29 exterior hazard abatement complaints. We have received, our records show there's been 240 property transfers. Of those 240 property transfers, 201 sought out the property transfer compliance letter and inspection, either through the online submit pictures or staff going out and providing the inspections. We have sent the other 39 properties letters saying they were not compliant with the fire code and they needed to prove compliance to the fire code. And we're receiving phone calls on that. The exterior hazard abatement inspections for 2021 have not started yet. I did change that up a little bit on my reporting for that, added a couple new bullet points. You will start to see number of failed properties moving towards the pre-lien abatement hearing, and then number of properties ordered to abate and number of properties that were actually abated. So once we begin the process in June, you will be receiving updates on that. Chipping year to date, we've had 16 days of chipping. Approximately 48 tons of material removed. Since last board meeting, we were able to get one chipping day in with estimated 5 tons of removal. Our state mandated inspections, we just had one I-2 inspection since last month. You can see our plan review for 2021. We're on track to surpass our 2020 numbers. Current projects, new hire orientation for our new employee, continued training of the fuels mitigation staff as we get ready to enter into the inspection enforcement season, making sure they're up to speed on the requirements of the fire code and how to properly capture the data and put it into our tracking software. Again, preparing for the exterior hazard abatements. We have issued that RFP and are finalizing the contract for the chipping. We're working on the fire adapted community ambassador training. We held training last week in both Orinda and Moraga, and hopefully the final training will be, scheduled for next week. We have updated the exterior hazard postcard that should be going into the mail Friday or Monday at the very latest. And we're in the process of applying for multiple grants. Plans for this upcoming quarter, again, really prepping for that exterior hazard abatement inspections, make sure we have our process completely lined out. We're going to be sending our large parcel landowners a notice May 1st, reminding them again of the compliance deadline of June 1st, and then really want to hit our messaging for that exterior hazard abatement deadline. Our signs will be going up this week. We'll be changing the marquee out in front of the Station 41 here and working with the City of Orinda and Moraga staff to get that notice out in their newsletters. End of report.
Well, before I add 2 ounces, you can see both Jeff and Mary have been taking it easy of late. We're hoping to increase their productivity in the near future. Jeff, could you touch on the app, please?
Oh, yes. My apologies. So our GoGov software to track our plan review and our exterior hazard abatements, they have a app that you can download on your phone. We're in the process of getting that spun up with them. This will allow citizens to snap photos and to notify us of complaints, hazard trees, neighbors that aren't compliant with the fire code and stuff like that. So it's just another avenue for us to gain information from our citizens.
Yeah, what's particularly exciting about that is just like when we talked about with the chipping and using machinery to increase the productivity. But when we get a phone call saying, I've seen something, I don't think it looks right, can you come take a look at it? Depending on where it is in the district, it can eat a significant portion of the day to get someone out there, get the pictures, get back, load up into the system. Also, we've encountered with some residents who struggle with, they take a picture on their phone, but they have to figure out how to transfer it to a computer in order to upload it via our website. And the app, we think, is going to be tremendously helpful to streamline the process so that we can get the picture direct from the resident with the geocoded location, with it already loaded directly into the app to reduce their touch points. And when we get high quality pictures that clearly show something like a dead tree, which is a pretty binary decision about dead tree yes, dead tree no, that sets up the potential that we can issue the notice to abate or the violation notice without having to go out there in the case of a dead tree. And when we can do that, that significantly increases our efficiency. We're also hopeful that this will be adopted by the realtor community and by sellers so that they can send more and higher quality pictures when they're self-reporting compliance on their property transfer. One last thing Jeff and the team have instituted that is tremendously helpful is that when we have folks out doing the state mandated inspections on the E's, R's, D's, and I2 occupancies, and when we have our code checkers out signing off permits and so forth on site, they're also doing an exterior hazard inspection while they're at the site, because it doesn't make sense to have an MOFD staff member at the site to go take a look at a fire sprinkler and walk past non-compliant exterior hazards. Where they're already there, we've already paid the tax of getting them out there. It's very easy, a couple of minutes in most cases, to do a quick assessment and let them know, by the way, here's your notice, you got some other work you got to do. So we see this as just one more of our many-pronged effort to get the word out there and to really reach those people who either are not aware or are not choosing to do it. And when we have a touch point and we have some leverage, quite frankly, that seems like a great time to make sure they're getting into compliance and they're meeting the fire code requirements. With regard to communications received, Director, several items previously forwarded, no additional items beyond what has been previously provided to you. And then just as we've touched on several times tonight, we are moving rapidly towards fire season. That means both for internally for shifting into enforcement and getting people thinking about cutting the grass, doing that fuel reduction work, and the new elements of the fire code, which is a great time to do it. The scraping back of the mulch and the limbing up to 1 foot of the trees within that 2 foot by 1 foot box where the ground meets the parcel, and really encouraging people to continue to do that roadside fuel reduction work, where their work is not only benefiting themselves, but all their fellow residents of the community who live upstream who are going to have to evacuate past their home. So that is going to be the big push coming up here. And as Jeff mentioned, there is a large amount of money is in the process of flowing into the grant space. We've been very active in those applications, and we hope, fingers crossed, that we'll see positive outcomes, which will supercharge some of our large exterior fuel reduction projects as we seek to extend the work we began with the North-Orinda shaded fuel break. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have on general topics or take any direction with regard to future agenda items.
Hey, Chief, this is Director Danziger. A follow up on what you just said. Has the state actually called for grant proposals?
Yes, sir. The Forest Health and Fire Prevention have been open since the beginning of April, and they close, I believe it's May 19th, I believe.
Oh, great.
So do we have any future agenda items that we haven't already discussed?
I have one really quick, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Chief, I'm not sure if it's a future agenda item or if it's more concerning 9/1 with the long-range financial forecast. I would like to see in the long-range financial forecast something added to that. If we're looking into the future of Moraga-Orinda fire, possibility of consolidation with Contrast County. Can that be looked into also financially?
Understood, sir.
Well, so is that an agenda? That doesn't really, I don't think that.
Well, I wasn't sure. I don't know. Is it not really an agenda item, or if it's something we can add to the long-range financial forecast?
Maybe it's
sounds like an agenda item to me.
Yeah, me too. Maybe it's a informational report on the process, something like that, to get its discussion started.
Or maybe we should discuss it and then give the chief some direction, since it's not on our agenda for tonight.
Well,
okay, then I would like to put it on the agenda to discuss it.
Great. Okay.
And something that came up at the beginning of the meeting, Vice Mayor Wallachie and the citizen talked about hydrants.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to just see, I mean, I know you've given us information before, but for the agenda, I'd like to see just a general informational report on fire hydrants in the area, you know, who's responsible.
East
and
Bay Mud. Yes, sir. So I have, yes, sir. I have notes on that. We'll explain the difference between an NFPA standard, which is advisory, not a requirement. We'll explain the related codes, and then we'll invite an East Bay Mud representative. East Bay Mud is the owner of the municipal water supply, and we'll invite an East Bay Mud representative to be able to explain their position with regard to how they meet the code requirements for testing, maintenance, and replacement.
Sounds great.
Great. Okay, any other questions, comments, needs? Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
But we do need to
sorry.
open public comment on the items 11.1 to 11.5.
Oh, sorry. I thought oh,
We do not have any hands raised or received public comment.
sorry. Okay. Now we've had a motion to adjourn. And we have a second. So Marcia, I guess we're down to the last shot here.
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
President Jorgens.
Aye. Well, thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Have a good night.